Chapter 1183. Let's work together. The group carefully scanned the surroundings and slowly approached the orchard. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the orchard. It sounded like something was crawling. There's movement. Many people focused their attention and stared straight ahead. The young warriors were also nervous. Fortunately, they had the guidance of the elders. Otherwise, they might have become monsters' lunch if they had rashly gone up. Those martial artists also had lingering fear on their faces, and they were very grateful to the elder who stopped them. However, the next moment, the young warriors were all stunned. Their eyes widened as if they could not believe what they were seeing. This was because what was walking towards Gua Linli wasn't a powerful demonic beast, but a dark red snake. Hey, isn't that Lin Xian's pet? Why is it here? Yes, there should be a powerful restriction array here. Why is it fine? Could it be that they broke it? The group of people was extremely puzzled. Even those of the older generation were stunned. Damn you, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The crimson dragon stomped his feet in anger and took a bite of the Kirin fruit in his hand. What is it eating? Could it be a supreme grade spirit fruit? The crowd ignored the crimson dragon's curses and stared at the spirit fruit in his hand. Yes, it looks like a supreme grade spirit fruit. It's definitely a supreme grade spirit fruit. The group was excited and wanted to pounce on it immediately. However, they had just been lectured by the elders and did not dare to move forward rashly. There must be a powerful restriction array in a place with such a supreme grade spirit fruit. Damn it, how did they get in? Could it be that they broke the array? This kid could enter the Big Dipper array in such a strange way. The group looked ahead suspiciously. The Crimson Dragon was also stunned when he heard the crowd's conversation. Then he burst into laughter. These people also thought that there must be a terrifying restriction array in the vicinity of the orchard. It seemed that they still did not understand what kind of place the Pine Palace was. However, he would not let these people in so easily. He immediately said loudly, "Of course there is a restriction array, and it's a very powerful one. However, Ben Huang is a formation grandmaster. Of course, he'll be able to open a bloody path. As for you guys, you won't be able to. If you don't believe me, you can try. I can guarantee that no one below King level will be able to walk in alive." What? So powerful? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even though they didn't really believe it, the other party was in existence that could enter the Big Dipper formation without anyone noticing. If they were to really compete in terms of array formations, it was likely that none of them would be a match for the other party. Therefore, for a moment, these people were shocked. When the Crimson Dragon saw that his words had frightened countless warriors, he laughed in his heart. But on the surface, he pretended to be very calm. "But you don't have to worry. If you acknowledge me as your king and become my human pet, I can consider helping you enter." "What? You want us to be your lackeys? Why don't you just die? Damned snake! How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll kill you when I come out." A group of people roared in anger. Who were they? Most of them were experts from top forces, and many of them were disciples of the House of Kings. Their identities could be said to be very noble. However, now, a snake wanted to take them in as servants. How could they accept this? However, after the Crimson Dragon heard this, he waved his dragon claws disdainfully. A group of ignorant things. When Ben Huang was all-powerful, your ancestors weren't even born yet. Being Ben Huang's human pet is definitely a blessing that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Now, you're still chirping and complaining that you're not willing. Let me tell you, not everyone can be Ben Huang's human pet. Only 7th Heaven Venerables or disciples of the House of Kings can barely be my human pet. Hearing this, the 7th Heaven Venerables and cultivators of the House of Kings' faces instantly darkened. Damn it, this snake was too abominable. It was obviously targeting them. These elders were so angry that their beards trembled. Murderous intent filled their bodies. They couldn't wait to rush up and chop this snake into 108 pieces. However, they didn't dare to do so. This was because these old fellows firmly believed that there must be a powerful restrictive array near the orchard. Therefore, they could only watch the Crimson Dragon hoot and didn't dare to do anything. Seeing these people's darkened faces, the Crimson Dragon felt refreshed. At this time, Lin Xian and the other two in the orchard were almost done with their harvest. Therefore, they quickly walked over. Lin Xian glanced at the cultivators in front of him indifferently. Then he called the Crimson Dragon and quickly walked out of the orchard. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially the array masters. Their eyes were wide open. They had to see clearly how the other party broke the restrictive array. However, they were soon dumbfounded. This was because they realized that Lin Xian and the others didn't break the restrictive array at all. Instead, they swaggered out. How is this possible? Could it be that there was something profound about their footwork? A group of array masters were quickly analyzing the situation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who hadn't gone far, heard these words and laughed. However, they wouldn't explain anything. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, laughed loudly. He turned around and looked at the people in the distance with disdain. Haha, a bunch of idiots. You can slowly analyze it. When the cultivators behind heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood, especially the array masters and the older generation figures. Their faces were hideous. Damn that snake. I'm an array master. I don't believe that I can't break it. That's right. If we join forces, we can definitely break it. The young martial artists looked at each other in dismay as they discussed among themselves. Why do I feel like there's no restrictive array here? I think so too. Look at Lin Xian. He's just walking casually. He doesn't look like he's breaking the restrictive array. Yeah, could it be that the elders made a mistake? Although the voices of these disciples were soft, the soul perception of the older generation was extremely sharp. Therefore, they heard everything that was said. Suddenly, the elders' faces darkened. Many of them turned around angrily. No restrictive array? How is this possible? Kid, today I let you know the dangers of being young and ignorant. After saying that, one of the array masters reached out his hand, grabbed a young cultivator, and threw him into the orchard in front. The others screamed in fright. They didn't expect the array masters to attack them. The young cultivator who was thrown was even more confused. He even forgot to resist. Plop! The young cultivator fell heavily into the orchard. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. They realized that there wasn't any powerful killing array that they had imagined. Chapter 1184. The young warrior got up from the ground and quickly walked a few steps in the forest before laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. I'm not dead. After laughing maniacally, he ignored the others and picked the spirit fruits in a frenzy. He's fine. When the other young warriors saw this, they were overjoyed. Without caring about anything else, they quickly rushed forward. Sure enough, until they entered the orchard and ate the supreme grade spirit fruits, they did not find any danger. Seeing this scene, the elders and array masters were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled all over. Shameful, too shameful. They even had the heart to die. After studying for a long time, they found that there was not even a defensive array in this place. It was laughable that they acted like seniors and showed off in front of the disciples. Now that they thought about it, they were horribly ignorant. Impossible, how can this be? These are supreme grade spirit fruits. How can there be no defense? The elders and array masters were about to go crazy. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could they know that the supreme grade spirit fruits in their eyes were just ordinary fruits in Pine Palace? There was no need for a defensive array. The elders were about to go crazy. They did not expect to be fooled by a snake. Thinking of this, their faces turned red and they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Damn worm, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll cook you and eat you. Yes, and that Lin Xian. How dare he pick so many spirit fruits in front of us? He deserves to die. The elders and array masters gritted their teeth and said. However, they could not care less about Lin Xian now. Instead, they ran to the orchard in front of them like the wind. Damned little brat, leave some for this old man. These people ran into the orchard and snatched the spirit fruits in a frenzy. There were still a few spirit fruits in the orchard, but most of them were picked by Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. They did not care about the rest. However, at this moment, in the eyes of these people, this was a rare treasure. Lin Xian did not know that the spirit fruits he left behind would cause such a frenzy. At this moment, he and Zhao Shui were heading back to Pine Palace. Along the way, he discovered that the spirit fruits that he had seen in the outside world were all over the place. Moreover, this was only the periphery of the Dark Pine Hall. One could imagine how many good things there would be in the real Dark Pine Hall. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui ran quickly. They gave up on ordinary treasures because there were better ones ahead of them. Of course, if they found any special treasures along the way, they would also take them. In short, the harvest on this trip was far greater than the sum of all the treasures before. Suddenly, an abnormally strong fragrance came from the front. This immediately attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Especially the snow-white monkey. It was so anxious that it was scratching its ears and cheeks. The crimson dragon was even drooling. It smells so good. This is the real good stuff. Lin Xian was also pleasantly surprised. Just from the fragrance alone, he could imagine the spiritual energy contained within it. At a glance, he could tell that it far surpassed the spiritual fruits he had obtained before. Zhao Shui was also astonished, and there was a trace of excitement in her beautiful eyes. The two of them looked at each other, then quickly moved forward. Not long after, a tall tree appeared in front of them. It was an ancient tree. Its branches were old and withered, resembling a coiled azure dragon. From the looks of it, it was at least a few thousand years old. What was even more surprising were the leaves and fruits on it. Its leaves were silver and shone with a silver light, as if they were made of silver. Its fruits were a fiery red, as if they were burning with fire. The rich fragrance from before was emitted by this ancient tree. This is the silver-leaf fire phoenix tree. The crimson dragon looked ahead with a serious expression. Silver-leaf fire phoenix tree. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he stared ahead. He had received the inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon and the teachings of Lord Alcohol previously. Therefore, he was very familiar with the spiritual herbs in this world. Therefore, he also knew the legend of the silver-leaf fire phoenix. This was an extremely precious ancient tree that was rarely seen even in ancient times. If the silver leaves were plucked to make tea, it could increase a warrior's soul power. One had to know that it was very difficult to increase a warrior's soul power, and there were not many spiritual herbs that could increase one's soul power. This silver-leaf fire phoenix fruit was one of them. The red fruit was called the phoenix fruit. It could temper a warrior's body and increase their spiritual power. It could be said to be an extremely pure source of energy. If the two were used together, it could also increase a warrior's martial soul. Perhaps other spiritual fruits could increase one's soul power and spiritual power, but there were very few things in the world that could increase one's martial soul. However, this silver-leaf fire phoenix fruit could do it. Therefore, in ancient times, this was a treasure that countless warriors went crazy for. Hearing Lin Xian's introduction, Zhao Shui was also shocked. She did not expect to encounter such a precious item here. However, at this moment, a surprised voice came from behind. It's the silver-leaf fire phoenix tree. That's great, we're rich. We're rich. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect someone to recognize this ancient tree. Without needing to turn around, several figures had already landed nearby. The person at the front was the middle-aged man from the palace of Ares, Duan Tianlang. The warriors behind him were also experts from the palace of Ares. These people all looked forward, their hearts burning with excitement. There are hundreds of silver leaves and dozens of fire phoenix fruits. We're really rich this time. Duan Tianlang looked forward, extremely excited. The ancient tree was very old. It was not as luxuriant as other ordinary trees. On top of it, there were only hundreds of silver leaves fluttering in the wind. In the middle of the silver leaves, there were dozens of fiery red fruits. It sounded very little, but this was already a lot. One had to know that one could not even find one in the outside world. Duan Tianlang licked his lips, then turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, get lost. This place has been reserved by the Palace of Ares. He naturally did not want to share such good things with others, so his first reaction was to chase Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out. F***CKU. We found this place, so it should be ours. If we want to reserve this place, we should be the ones to reserve it. You people from the Palace of Ares get lost from Ben Huang. Otherwise, don't blame Ben Huang for being rude. The Crimson Dragon stomped its feet in anger. The silver leaf fire phoenix tree was useful to it, so it would not give it away. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. You can't beat us. Moreover, my senior and Yen Feng are nearby. When they arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Duan Tianlang's expression was fierce as he threatened Lin Xian. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Chapter 1185. Brother Duan, don't worry. I'll help you. At this moment, another loud laugh was heard. Then, the people of the Divine Bird Palace quickly flew over from afar. They greeted Duan Tianlang and then stared at the ancient tree in front of them with fiery eyes. Brother Duan, how about you and I join forces to drive this thief away first? The elder of the Divine Bird Palace said in a deep voice. Of course, I've wanted to do that for a long time. Duan Tianlang nodded. The Divine Bird Palace was an ally of the Palace of Ares, so they could share resources. Moreover, the Palace of Ares was not as strong as the Palace of Ares. When the time came to divide the treasures, the Palace of Ares would take the lion's share. Therefore, Duan Tianlang did not reject the elder of the Divine Bird Palace. The most important thing now was to drive Lin Xian and Zhao Shui out, because the two of them were simply too strange. Previously, in the cave mansion, the great house of kings fought for it, but in the end, it was taken advantage of by these two thieves. This matter made him feel bitter. Therefore, he had to drive Lin Xian away now. Then, the warriors of the Palace of Ares and the Divine Bird Palace all stared at Lin Xian with evil intentions. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon was furious. He glared back fiercely. If the other party dared to attack, he would set up a killing array and fight to the death. Zhao Shui's expression was also cold, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. I'm standing right here. If you want to attack, go ahead. You're courting death. An elder of the Crimson Divine Bird Palace roared, then stretched out his palm, quickly grabbing at Lin Xian. The palm was like a lid, covering the sky and the sun, quickly falling in front of him. Accompanying it was a terrifying pressure. The violent palm power was like the roar of 10,000 beasts, causing the whole world to tremble. This palm was very fierce. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace did not hold back. However, Lin Xian remained unmoved. Only when the frightening palm approached did he raise his arm and point a finger. Terrifying sword chi flew out from his fingertips, like thousands of soldiers and horses, with a strong killing intent, quickly soared into the sky. The moment the terrifying sword chi appeared, all the surrounding martial artists felt an indescribable pressure. In the next moment, everyone saw the huge palm being split apart by the terrifying sword chi. Then Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, while the elders of the Divine Bird Palace retreated, their faces full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? This brat's strength has increased again. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace was terrified. This was because Lin Xian had previously been able to contend against a 7th level venerable, but he had definitely not been as calm as he was now. Being able to break through the attacks of 7 venerable ones with a casual attack was simply too shocking. 6th heavenly layer venerable, no wonder. Seems like this kid's cultivation base has improved. The elder of Divine Bird Palace gritted his teeth and said. However, on the other side, Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. This was exactly what he was worried about. Chen, she had merely advanced by a single realm, yet his cultivation and combat strength had undergone a tremendous change, and this caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified. If you still want to attack, then use your full strength. Don't hold back anymore. Duan Tianlang reminded him. Don't worry, I know what to do. The elder of Divine Bird Palace nodded heavily. Then a terrifying aura rose from his body. Terrifying spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, making a roaring sound. In the next moment, countless thunderbolts surged out and condensed into a thunderbird in front of him. The violent thunderbolts brought about great destructive power, causing all the martial artists to be terrified. In the face of Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace finally summoned his martial soul. Thunderbird, martial soul? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. If this is all you've got, I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. Brat, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The elder of Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly. Then he raised his arm and endless spiritual energy poured into his martial soul. In the next moment, the Thunderbird martial soul was called. With divine thunder all over the sky, it quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his body, endless purple-white thunderbolts surged out and condensed into a humanoid lightning. This humanoid lightning was purple-white and surrounded by electric light, as if the thunder god was roaring. Following Lin Xian's movement, the humanoid lightning threw a punch. Suddenly, the whole space collapsed. Countless thunderbolts covered the sky and the earth, instantly covering the whole sky. Although they were both thunder martial souls, Lin Xian's thunderbolts were composed of the 6,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo and the mysterious Yin thunder. Its power was definitely not something that the elder of Divine Bird Palace could resist. Therefore, without any surprise, the Thunderbird martial soul of Divine Bird Red was blown away by the punch. The elder of Divine Bird Palace turned pale and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He surpassed me in thunderbolts. The elder's face was full of horror and disbelief. He was the descendant of the 3-headed crimson bloodbird, and the 3-headed crimson bloodbird was best at 3 attributes: wind, fire, and thunder. What he cultivated was the thunder attribute. Not only that, but he had also condensed the Thunderbird martial soul. It could be said that no one in the same level could beat him in thunderbolts. However, now a boy in the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm was not only stronger than him in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of thunderbolts. He could not believe it, hearing the elder of Divine Bird Palace's question. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the world? That punch just now was a lesson for you. If you want to continue to court death, I can help you. Feeling the killing intent from Lin Xian, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled. He did not expect that he would feel fear in the face of a young junior. Although he did not want to believe it, this fear was real. Therefore, although his face was very ugly, he did not dare to make a move again. Since the elder of Divine Bird Palace did not make a move, Duan Tianlang was even more unlikely to make a move. From the battle just now, he had seen Lin Xian's combat strength. Lin Xian was not weaker than him and was even stronger than him. Therefore, even if he made a move, he was not confident. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tianlang said slowly, "Forget it, ignore this boy. Our target is the ancient tree." When these words came out, all the warriors around were shocked. This was because they could hear the change in Duan Tianlang's attitude. Previously, he was very arrogant and wanted to drive Lin Xian out. But now he had to give in. This was too unbelievable. Had the boy in front of them grown to such a terrifying extent? Even the elders of the House of Kings had to bow their heads? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Seeing that the people of Palace of Aries and Divine Bird Palace were about to attack the ancient tree, Lin Xian did not stop them and even showed a hint of mockery. "Lin Xian, do you want to stop them?" Zhao Shui asked from the side. "No, we just need to watch the show. Don't worry, that fruit is not that easy to take." Chapter 1186. Duan Tianlang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xian and the other man did not stop them. Then he regained his confidence again. Although the other party was powerful, there were only two of them. On the other hand, they were two top forces. If they really fought, he could guarantee that the other party would not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, in his opinion, the reason why Lin Xian did not stop them was because they were powerful. He did not even think about the ancient tree at all. "You guys go up and pick all the silver leaves and spirit fruits," Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace ordered. Immediately, the young warriors walked out quickly with ecstasy on their faces. So what if Lin Xian was powerful? He could only watch them snatch the spirit fruits. They knew a thing or two about the effects of the spirit fruits. Moreover, there were many of them here. If they performed well, they might be able to get some. Thinking of this, the young warriors became even more excited. They sped up and strode forward. There were even two young cultivators at the 6th level of the honorable realm who wanted to snatch the spirit fruit before everyone else. However, just as the two warriors approached, the ancient tree in front of them suddenly shook. The branches seemed to have turned into the sharpest divine spear and instantly pierced through the two warriors. The attack was so sudden that the two warriors did not even have time to react before they were pierced by the branches. Just as they were about to struggle and resist, a strange power suddenly came from the branches and sucked their flesh and blood essence dry. Plop! Plop! Two sounds were heard. Then, two dried corpses fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Those warriors who wanted to pick the fruits all stopped in their tracks. Not only that, but everyone had a horrified expression on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. It could not be helped. This was too terrifying. The ancient tree that they thought was within their reach had launched an attack so fiercely. In an instant, it had pierced through two 6th heaven venerables. A one-hit kill, clean and tidy. Behind them, Lin Xian sneered. Just as he had guessed, the spirit fruits were not so easy to pick. But Duan Tianlang and the elder of Divine Bird Palace narrowed their eyes and their faces changed. The reason why they asked their disciples to do it was because it was inconvenient for them to do such a thing with their status. But they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Soon, Duan Tianlang recovered from his shock and quickly shouted, "Everyone back off!" In fact, there was no need for him to shout, as those young martial artists had already retreated. They simply did not dare to go up again. When all the warriors retreated to their sides, Duan Tianlang and the elders of Divine Bird Palace quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, their expressions became very ugly. Judging from the ancient tree's attack, even a 7th level venerate might not be able to safely pluck it. "It seems that we've made a mistake this time." Duan Tianlang took a deep breath, his voice extremely solemn. When he turned around and saw Lin Xian's mocking expression, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, I was tricked. Judging from the other party's expression, it was as if he knew that there was danger ahead of time. However, the other party didn't say anything and didn't even try to stop them. It was obvious that they were trying to trick them. At the thought of this, Duan Tianlang's expression became extremely ferocious. "Kid, don't be so smug. Do you think this can stump us? Let me tell you, the Palace of Aries is much more powerful than you think. Believe it or not, You won't be able to get a single spirit fruit on this tree. Duan Tianlang roared. You don't have to worry about whether I can get the spirit fruit or not. I'm more curious about whether you can get the spirit fruit or not. Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. Humph, don't be so arrogant. I'll open your eyes today. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then turned around and stared at the ancient tree in front of him. In the next moment, he roared and quickly attacked. His tall figure exploded with an incomparable amount of energy. A ray of light flashed, and a huge hand that covered the sky grabbed forward. Duan Tianlang was indeed powerful. Even among the 7th level Venerates, he was a very powerful existence. The huge hand formed by spiritual energy directly enveloped the entire ancient tree and even formed a sealed space, trying to uproot the ancient tree. The ancient tree sensed danger, and all the branches on its body began to tremble. Every branch emitted an incomparable amount of light, as if they were spears of the demon god, rapidly piercing into the void. Rumble! There was an intense collision sound. Countless branches turned into sharp spears and ruthlessly pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy, creating a loud, clanging sound. Then, countless holes were pierced into the huge hand of spiritual energy. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and turned into spiritual energy again, dissipating into the sky. The hundreds of spears turned into branches once again and quickly dropped down, drifting with the wind. What? It blocked it. How is this possible? The martial artists behind were stunned. They couldn't believe that an ancient tree could block the full attack of a 7th level Venerate. Even Duan Tianlang was shocked. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily blocked by the other party. It seemed that the ancient tree was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this the strength of the Palace of Ares? It's really an eye-opener. Hearing Lin Xian's mockery, Duan Tianlang's face became extremely ferocious. At this moment, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace strode forward and said in a deep voice, Brother Duan, I'll lend you a hand. All right. Duan Tianlang nodded heavily and his eyes lit up again. He ignored Lin Xian and stared at the ancient tree in front of him again. This time he was going to summon his martial soul and attack with all his might. Duan Tianlang's martial soul was a demonic wolf with green wings. It was very valiant. When the demonic wolf appeared, it immediately exploded with an extremely violent power, as if a peerless beast had awakened. On the other side, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace also summoned his Thunderbird martial soul. The two of them joined forces and quickly attacked forward. This was the attack of 2 7th level Venerates. Its power was unimaginable. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space. If this wasn't the Pine Palace, the entire ground would have collapsed. Even so, the terrifying energy caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. The Thunderbird flew, bringing with it unparalleled thunder and lightning. Huge thunderbolts quickly descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings. Even a 7th level Venerate would find it difficult to block such an attack. In an instant, countless thunderbolts blasted towards the ancient tree in front of them. At the same time, the winged demonic wolf also ran with all its might. It opened its mouth and spat out a gray gust of wind. Ordinary mountains and rivers couldn't withstand this gust of wind at all. They would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. 2 terrifying balls of energy soared into the sky like rocks piercing through the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1187. That's great. With the 2 elders attacking with all their might, we'll definitely be able to take down the ancient tree. That's for sure. I'm afraid only an 8th level Venerable can resist such a terrifying attack. Even if the ancient tree is powerful, it's definitely not at this level. Behind them, a group of martial artists and disciples were extremely excited. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a sneer on his lips. He did not think that the two's attacks would pose any fatal threat to the ancient tree. Sure enough, the ancient tree would not just sit and wait for death. It sensed the threat and immediately emitted an extremely bright light. The silver leaves in the sky swayed and immediately formed 9 silver snakes. They danced wildly in the air and quickly resisted the terrifying lightning bombardment. Meanwhile, the red fruit kept moving and formed phoenixes. They were bathed in flames and quickly rushed toward the earth demon wolf. Countless energy collided and then smashed apart. The entire space was flooded in an instant. The disciples' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. They could not withstand the impact of the energy at all. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Countless sword qi rushed out of his body and quickly destroyed the violent flow and energy aftermath. The air around him was very quiet. There was no trace of energy riot at all. The entire space was filled with violent flows and was filled with infinite danger. However, Lin Xian's surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no trace of energy riot. When everything vanished into thin air, the martial artists in the distance were stunned. This was because Duan Tianlang and the elder who were fighting the ancient tree were retreating in an extremely embarrassing manner. Both of them had suffered some injuries. What? Did they fail? Seeing this, everyone panicked. If the 2 experts could not even get the spirit fruit, it would be very difficult for them to do so. Duan Tianlang and the elder from the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked. They looked ahead in a daze. Then they shook their heads and sighed as they opened their palms. There was a silver leaf in each of their palms. This was the spoils of war that they had used all their strength to get. However, they did not feel any joy. Instead, they felt a sense of horror. After all, both of them were 7th level venerables. Moreover, they were not ordinary 7th level venerables. The 2 of them were very powerful when they joined forces. However, they only managed to get 2 silver leaves, and even suffered some injuries. It had to be said that the tree demon in front of them was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. They even suspected that Lin Xian already knew about this, which was why he didn't stop them. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang looked back. When he saw the mocking smile on Lin Xian's face, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Damn it, this brat already knew. As expected, with that kid's character, how could he not make a move? It turns out that he already knew that the tree demon ahead was very difficult to deal with. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace also had an ugly expression. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said slowly, "The performance of the 2 of you is really unsightly." Dignified 7th level experts and elders of top forces actually only managed to obtain 2 leaves. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. I advise you to find 2 pieces of tofu and knock yourself to death, so that you don't embarrass your family here. What did you say? Brat, you're courting death. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were furious. Although they did not succeed, they would not allow themselves to be ridiculed like this. What did I say? What I said is the truth. Lin Xian sneered. You want to occupy this place without any ability? You're really boasting shamelessly. Both of you get lost. Don't delay my attack. Hearing this, Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. Even the disciples' faces darkened. Duan Tianlang roared and was about to rush up to Lin Xian. However, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace held him back and said coldly, Brother Duan, don't be rash. That tree demon is so powerful. I'm afraid only 8th level venerables can contend with it. No matter how powerful that brat is, he can't reach 8th level venerables' combat strength. Hearing this, Duan Tianlang calmed down. I'd like to see what ability this brat has. How dare he mock us? After saying this, he and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace retreated and watched coldly. The disciples of the 2 forces sneered. They did not believe that Lin Xian could be stronger than their 2 elders. Let this brat act. Let's see how he ends up when he fails. What a joke. Who does he think he is? How dare he try to subdue such a terrifying tree demon? What shameless boasting. Just watch. He'll definitely fail. No one believed that Lin Xian would succeed. Even Zhao Shui looked doubtful. Lin Xian, do you have a way? If we join forces, we should be stronger than the two of them. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to take much. However, we can still take 5 or 6 portions. Lin Xian smiled and replied, We don't have to join forces for the time being. I have a way. For some reason, seeing Lin Xian's smile made Zhao Shui feel more at ease. This was because she had seen too many miracles happen to Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Brat, can you do it? Do you need me to set up a formation to help you? At the side, the Crimson Dragon was also worried. No need. Let me try first. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Crimson Dragon hurriedly explained, Brat, you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, that ancient tree should be a tree demon. And it's very powerful. I'm afraid it's at the level of an 8-star demon general. Otherwise, it's impossible that the two of them couldn't even subdue it. Now, it seems that only an 8th level supremacy can subdue that guy. However, if we join forces, we might be able to get a lot of spirit fruits. However, Lin Xian still shook his head. He naturally knew that the ancient tree in front of him was a tree demon. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful tree demon. In terms of combat power, no one could compete with it. However, it was precisely because it was a tree demon that he had a way to subdue it. In the next moment, he stepped forward and looked coldly in front of him. I know that you've activated your spiritual intelligence and can understand what I'm saying. Hand over half of the silver leaves and spirit fruits obediently, and I can spare your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Xian would attack the tree demon forcefully, but they did not expect him to threaten it. This brat must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. If such threats were effective, would he even have a chance? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I already knew that he couldn't do it, but I didn't expect him to be so weird as to threaten the tree demon. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. That tree demon isn't even afraid of 2 7th-level supremacies. Why would it be afraid of the threat of a 6th-level brat? Chapter 1188. The group of people looked at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also puzzled. When they saw Lin Xian's confidence, they thought that he had some powerful killer move. They did not expect to see such a comical scene. Humph, I was wondering what it was. It's just a clown trying to please the crowd. The elder of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. An ant will always be an ant. How can you expect it to create a miracle? Duan Tianlang also sneered. How dare you go against the Palace of Ares with this level of skill? You're courting death. Even Zhao Shui and the Crimson Dragon were dumbfounded. They did not expect Lin Xian to threaten them. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched slightly. Her expression was very strange. The Crimson Dragon covered its face with its claws and wailed. Shameful, this is too shameful. This kid is hopeless. As far as it was concerned, Lin Xian's actions were simply foolish to the extreme. He had specifically warned Lin Xian that the tree demon was very powerful. He did not expect it to have no effect. Lin Xian's words were too shocking, so everyone was stunned for a moment. However, no one believed that Lin Xian was telling the truth. Thus, many people had mocking expressions on their faces. Even the ancient tree in front of him was enraged when it heard this. An unusually violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the ancient tree. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently. When the warriors in the distance felt this aura, the mocking expressions on their faces disappeared. Instead, they were all horrified. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they could withstand. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Fortunately, they did not continue to attack. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well. This aura made both of them tremble in fear. Haha, this kid is dead for sure. He angered the tree demon in front. Even an 8th level honorable would not be able to withstand this aura, let alone this kid. Hey, let him pretend. This time he screwed up. Even though the disciples were terrified, they were laughing coldly in their hearts. They wanted to see how Lin Xian would be able to create a clone in the face of certain death. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He looked at the angry tree demon in front of him and sneered. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and a black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him. The black ball of light flipped and turned into a small black cauldron. That small black cauldron was very simple and unadorned, and there were all kinds of strange beasts carved on it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. The appearance of the black cauldron seemed to have caused the treant in front to feel uneasy. The treant let out an angry roar, and then countless branches turned into divine spears that quickly pierced forward. Immediately, light soared into the sky, shaking space and time. Although they were far away, everyone could feel the terrifying power within the light. Even Duan Tianlang and the elder of the divine bird palace felt their eyelids twitch and their faces changed. Countless divine, rainbow-like lights pierced through the void and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian, enveloping him in an instant. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression didn't change. He only activated the small black cauldron in front of him and shot out a jet black light. Buzz! The small black cauldron emitted a simple and deep sound. This sound seemed to have a magical quality, and it clearly sounded in everyone's hearts. When the treant in front heard this sound, it was as if it had been struck by lightning, and its entire trunk kept shaking. Suddenly, the thousands of mountain-like spear lights disappeared without a trace. What? They disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect a sound to be able to make thousands of divine spears disappear. This was too incredible. Not only that, but what made them even more shocked was that the ancient tree in front of them was shaking rapidly, as if it had encountered something terrible. Lin Xian held the small black cauldron in his hand and shot out another jet black light into the ancient tree in front of him. Suddenly, the ancient tree in front of them shook even more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Not only that, an old face appeared on the trunk of the tree, and its voice was filled with anxiety. Stop, 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 stop fighting, I admit defeat. What? Admit defeat? The powerful and terrifying treant actually admitted defeat? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. However, what surprised them was yet to come. The treant said again, "As long as you stop, I'm willing to give you half of my leaves and the fire phoenix fruit." Hearing this, everyone's mind went blank and they were dumbfounded, especially Duan Tianlang and the elders of the divine bird palace. They were even more stunned. Before this, they had fought so hard and only managed to get 2 leaves. Now, Lin Xian only took out a small black cauldron, and the ancient tree in front of them was willing to give up half of its leaves and fruits. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The disciples were even more dumbfounded, as if they were watching a myth. Zhao Xue's beautiful eyes were also wide open. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. The crimson dragon stared at the small black cauldron suspiciously. Lin Xian was very satisfied. When he discovered the ancient tree in front of him, he had already discussed with Zero in his body. In the end, Zero readily agreed to help, but he wanted to collect some interest, which was some silver leaf liquid and fire phoenix fruit. That was the reason for the previous scene. Okay, ruse along, little white. The 2 of you go and search. Soon, the crimson dragon and little white monkey flew forward like lightning, and then the 2 of them began to collect the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' faces burned with passion. This was an absolute treasure. It was something that could increase the power of one's martial soul. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find it again in the future. Hence, they were unwilling to give up. Finally, an elder of the palace of Ares couldn't help but make a move. Duan Tianlang didn't stop him because she also wanted to test if she could succeed. If this elder succeeded, she would lead the people of the palace of Ares to attack quickly. However, this elder was only halfway out when he was whipped back by the tree demon in front of him with a branch. That elder's spirit armor was completely shattered, and the flesh around his wound rolled up, revealing his white bones. Just one whip was enough to severely injure a seventh heaven honorable. This scene made countless martial artists gasp. After seeing the power of the tree demon, those martial artists didn't dare to make a move. They could only watch as Lin Xian and the rest collected the fire phoenix fruit. This scene made them extremely jealous. Soon, the crimson dragon and little white monkey collected half of the fire phoenix fruit, and then the two of them quickly returned. Seeing that the other party didn't kill them, the tree demon heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Xian was cheering as he shared the silver leaf and fire phoenix fruit. Chapter 1189. Everyone had a share, but the biggest beneficiary was Ling Xian, followed by the 10,000 bee sting. Zhao Shui, the crimson dragon, and the others had also received some. It could be said that the harvest this time was very rich. With these silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits, the strength of Lin Xian and the others would increase again. The crimson dragon would recover a lot of cultivation, while Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could use this to strengthen the power of their martial souls. Especially Lin Xian, he could revive the great dragon's sword soul again. Once the great dragon's sword soul was revived to the level of a 7th level venerable, his combat strength would increase greatly, reaching a very terrifying level. At that time, even if he encountered a monster at the level of the tree demon, he would not need the 10,000 bee sting. He could defeat it with his own strength. Lin Xian and the others were sharing the spirit fruits, while Duan Tianlang and the people of the Divine Bird Palace were gnashing their teeth in anger. That was half of the silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits. If they obtained them, their cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Therefore, how could they not be jealous? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian like red-eyed rabbits, staring straight ahead. They could not defeat the ancient tree demon, but this did not mean that they did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The tree demon was an 8-star demon general, and they could not defeat it. However, Lin Xian only had 2 people on his side, and their strength was comparable to theirs. They had more people on their side, and if they attacked with all their strength, they might be able to defeat the tree demon. Thinking of this, Duan Tianlang was excited. Then he glanced at the Divine Bird Palace and saw that their eyes were also red, and he immediately grinned. Needless to say, the other party must have the same idea as him. So when their eyes met, they knew what each other was thinking. Keep a distance, don't get too close to the tree demon, or it will be inconvenient for us to attack. Duan Tianlang quickly instructed. Suddenly, those warriors slowly retreated, but they retreated in a very orderly manner, forming a semicircle, directly blocking all of Lin Xian's escape routes. In other words, no matter which direction Lin Xian fled in, he would encounter them unless he chose not to run. Lin Xian naturally noticed Duan Tianlang's actions and immediately sneered. What? You can't get it yourself, so you want to snatch it from me? Brat, you're too greedy. You actually dared to take half of the spiritual fruits. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit and the silver leaf, and I can let you live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground today. Oof, what big words. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying intent soared from his body. Zhao Shui's expression was as cold as ice. 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes. She didn't say anything, but her actions still showed that she would fight side by side with Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey were leisurely watching the show while eating spiritual fruits. These battles didn't require them to take part in them. Come at me together. None of you are a match for me in a one-on-one fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone like sword radiance. His entire body exuded a sharp sword aura, making him look like a sword immortal. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang snorted coldly, then said to the elder of the divine bird palace beside him, I'll lead people to deal with that brat. Divine bird palace, take care of that woman. This time don't hold back. Don't worry, I won't let them escape this time. The elder of the divine bird palace also revealed a ferocious smile. Duan Tianlang nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and led the powerful venerables in the team to rush forward. In addition to him, there were 4 warriors at the peak of the 6th heaven of the venerable realm. When the 4 of them worked together, their combat strength was not inferior to a 7th heaven of the venerable realm. As for the other warriors, Duan Tianlang didn't let them go. This was because he had to bring out elite warriors to deal with Lin Xian. Otherwise, the others would only cause trouble. Although there weren't many people, he was quite confident because he had 2 7th heaven of the venerable realm on his side. He didn't believe that a 6th heaven of the venerable realm kid could take them on. Although Lin Xian had taken out a small black cauldron to scare the tree demon, in Duan Tianlang's opinion, the small black cauldron only seemed to be effective against demonic beasts. Therefore, he wasn't that worried. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, the demonic wolf Martial's soul quickly condensed. With a wave of his hand, the earth demonic wolf roared and let out a terrifying roar that shook heaven and earth. Seeing that Duan Tianlang had summoned the demonic wolf Martial soul, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly summoned his human-shaped lightning Martial soul. Then the 2 Martial souls quickly clashed in the air, and a violent energy burst out. It was as deafening as the waves of the sea. On the other side, the 4 6th heaven of the venerable realm quickly combined and formed a formation. Then they quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This formation was very mysterious. It was a sword formation, and when combined, it exploded with power that wasn't inferior to a 7th heaven of the venerable realm. At this moment, Lin Xian was still controlling his martial soul to fight with Duan Tianlang. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have the extra energy to deal with the 4 peak warriors. On the other hand, Zhao Shui was restrained by the red divine bird and couldn't help at all. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was completely in danger. However, Lin Xian's expression was rather calm, and he didn't panic at all. Beside him, the 4 different attributes of wind, lightning, metal, and fire rolled quickly and condensed into 4 light swords. The 4 light swords had different auras, but without exception, they were all filled with murderous aura. They were like shocking dragons that made people tremble in fear. As Lin Xian fought with Duan Tianlang, he stretched out his left hand and drew a line in the air. Suddenly, the 4 light swords beside him made a clanging sound. One by one, they soared into the sky and slashed forward. The 4 different powers of wind, lightning, metal, and fire exploded rapidly, and a powerful force blasted towards the 4 peak warriors. Under the control of Lin Xian, the 4 light swords exploded with boundless energy. Terrifying sword shadows tore through the sky and slashed the bodies of the 4 peak warriors. After one strike, the 4 peak 6th heavenly layer martial artist spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. The 4 light swords followed like shadows, leaving streaks of sword radiance in the air as they slashed down once again. In just 2 moves, the formation formed by the 4 6th heaven venerables was destroyed, and the 4 peak warriors were severely injured. There's no need to send people with such abilities. They're meaningless to me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 4 light swords back to his side. The 4 light swords quickly circled around him, forming a sword screen for defense. "Brat, you're courting death." When Duan Tianlang saw this, he was mad with anger. He didn't expect the sword formation to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian had maintained a calm demeanor from the beginning to the end of the battle. This caused him to have no confidence at all. Chapter 1190. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Otherwise, his aura will become stronger and stronger. Duan Tianlang's face was gloomy. He knew that the battle was not only a contest of combat power, but also of aura. If he allowed his opponent's aura to grow without limit, he would be in danger. Therefore, he decided to use some of his ultimate skills. In the next moment, Duan Tianlang waved his palm. Mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Then, 3 dazzling green blades quickly condensed in the air. Following Duan Tianlang's movements, they were like blades of death as they quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Meanwhile, his left hand fused with the demon wolf martial soul beside him. Then he punched out. Suddenly, a destructive force quickly surged forward. Feeling this force, all the martial artists trembled involuntarily. However, their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was because they thought that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist this force. As long as Lin Xian was killed, those things would be theirs. Thinking of this, they all became excited. Facing Duan Tianlang's terrifying attack, Lin Xian stood where he was. He did not dodge, but his eyes were brighter than lightning. He pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly slashed twice. One sword slashed towards the 3 blades in the sky, while the other sword stabbed towards the wolf head fist in front of him. These 2 swords contained the power of the dragon sword soul. Their combat power was extremely strong. Therefore, when the 2 swords collided, the entire sky exploded violently. The energy was like a raging wave that slapped in all directions and sent all the martial artists in the distance flying. Duan Tianlang bore the brunt of it. His 2 attacks were both blasted away by Lin Xian's sword chi. He was also hit by the sword chi and was sent flying. There was a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen that almost cut him in half. What? How can this be? Duan Tianlang covered the wound on his abdomen in horror and quickly retreated. It was too terrifying. 2 swords had shattered his attack and even injured him. This was something that he had never encountered before. One must know that even though he was not a peak 7th level Venerable Realm expert, he was still very powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could defeat him, let alone defeat him so easily. However, his current opponent was not a peak 7th level martial artist, but a youth whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level. He couldn't help but be terrified. What? Elder Duan is injured? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Careless. It must be Elder Duan's carelessness that allowed that kid to succeed. In the distance, those martial artists crawled up from the ground. When they saw the injured Elder Duan, they were immediately terrified. However, no matter how much they howled, they could not change the fact in front of them. On the other side, the Elder of Divine Bird Palace saw this scene and felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to fight anymore and quickly retreated with his people. It couldn't be helped. The scene in front of him was too frightening. Duan Tianlang was not inferior to him and was even slightly stronger than him. However, at this moment he was injured by 2 swords. This was simply too shocking. His battle with Xiao Shui wasn't going well either. The woman in white was suppressing him. It wouldn't be long before he was defeated. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. You want to snatch the treasure? You're not qualified. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Xian shouted coldly and turned to leave. However, at this moment, another cold voice came from behind. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you injure someone from Palace of Ares? If you don't hand over the treasure today, don't leave. This voice was unusually cold and emotionless. It was filled with endless murderous intent. Hearing this voice, Duan Tianlang's originally frightened expression eased a little. The disciples around him also quickly cheered. Senior Brother Yan, that's Senior Brother Yan's voice. Great. Senior Brother Yan Feng is here. That kid is definitely dead. Humph, how dare he injure our people? Senior Brother Yan will not let him go. A group of disciples from Palace of Airy sneered. Lin Xian heard the voice from behind and frowned. He naturally knew that Yan Feng was here. However, so what if he was here? The current him was not afraid of Yan Feng. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed behind him. The long sword swept across the sky, and a huge sword qi shone brightly. It was like a shocking rainbow as it slashed down fiercely. You're courting death. The voice was enraged. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack. Then, the void split open, and a dazzling blade radiance quickly swept across the sky and collided with the sword qi. The collision of the blade and sword created a terrifying wave of energy that surged in all directions. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and terrifying cracks appeared. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. Yan Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Say that after you've succeeded, if you want the treasure, bring it on. Facing the famous Yan Feng, Lin Xian did not care. He waved his hand, and his expression was filled with boundless battle intent. Then, without waiting for Yan Feng to attack, Lin Xian strode forward. He was very fast and arrived in front of Yan Feng in one step. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. In his left hand, a thunderbolt sword quickly condensed and slashed toward Yan Feng's waist. In an instant, two sword radiances flashed and attacked Yan Feng's vital points. Seeing this, Duan Tianlang and the elders of the Divine Bird Palace changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear because they realized that if they were in Yan Feng's position, they would not be able to dodge these two sword attacks. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, especially Duan Tianlang. His body could not help but tremble. He realized that Lin Xian did not use his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man. The surrounding warriors were even more nervous. They did not expect that Lin Xian would still dare to attack Yan Feng. Moreover, he used two killing moves at once. This made them worried for Yan Feng. However, Yan Feng's reputation was not undeserved. His strength was far above Duan Tianlang's. Therefore, in the face of these two fatal attacks, he was not nervous at all. He waved the long saber in his hand and formed two saber radiances. He quickly slashed out diagonally. The saber slashed the Lone Star sword. As for the thunderbolt sword at his waist, he chose to punch it. In an instant, he received Lin Xian's attack. However, Lin Xian's face was calm. He did not have any emotional reaction because of these two attacks. He knew very well that these two attacks would not be able to kill Yan Feng. Otherwise, he would not be Yan Feng. Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he strode forward and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the long sword in his hand stabbed out again. Every attack was extremely sharp and aimed at Yan Feng's vital points. Chapter 1191. Yan Feng roared as he brandished his long saber. Countless saber shadows danced in the air, blocking all the sword qi. However, the sword qi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful, so even if Yan Feng blocked it all, the terrifying power still caused his long blade to tremble. The entire space was submerged, and countless terrifying cracks spread out. However, he was still extremely powerful, so he managed to neutralize all of Lin Xian's sword qi. Yan Feng was able to block Lin Xian's sword qi. If it were Duan Tianlang and the others, they would have died long ago. However, although Yan Feng managed to block the sword qi, his expression was very ugly. Not long ago he was still an ant, but now he was actually a threat to him. This made him unable to calm down. Although he did not know why Lin Xian was so strong, in his opinion, the young man in front of him was a strong enemy. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be difficult to control in the future. Therefore, Yan Feng did not plan to hold back. Streaks of dazzling saber aura formed on his body, sweeping in all directions. The long saber in his hand also seemed to have become a sharp and unstoppable killing weapon. Countless saber lights were like the waves of the sea. They were strange and terrifying. That's the 8-ocean abyssal saber. Seeing this, the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War exclaimed, 8-ocean abyssal saber, that's an Earth-class martial art. Senior brother Yan Feng is serious. It seems that Lin Xian is dead for sure. Seeing Yan Feng use the Earth-class martial art, the 8-ocean abyssal saber, hope rose in everyone's hearts. The 8-ocean abyssal saber was an Earth-class martial art. It was an ultimate martial art of the Palace of Gods of War. This saber art was not powerful, but it was very difficult to practice. However, Yan Feng was talented and had mastered the 8-ocean abyssal saber to 70% at such a young age. Usually, 50% was the initial stage, but Yan Feng had mastered it to 70%, which was beyond the initial stage. He was not far from the greater stage. Once the Earth-class saber art was used, its power was immediately revealed. Endless saber lights bloomed and a terrifying aura covered the sky. They quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. This time, there was finally a change in Lin Xian's expression. This was because his opponent's saber technique was simply too powerful. However, he was only moved and he wasn't afraid because he also had Earth rank martial arts. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent in the usage of Earth rank martial arts. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian brandished his Lone Star sword and performed the Gale lightning sword technique. A firmament sword shadow covered the sky, and a terrifying aura crushed down on everything. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and a bright light illuminated the entire sky. Sword Qi against saber light. Earth rank martial arts against Earth rank martial arts. The two of them were evenly matched, slaughtering in all directions. In an instant, the entire void was submerged. Terrifying black holes appeared in many places, as if they could devour everything. What? He blocked it? How is this possible? The surrounding disciples were all stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block Yan Feng's ocean abyss 8 sabers. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that Yan Feng was an exceptionally powerful 7th heaven honorable realm cultivator, and he had an Earth rank martial arts. Not many people could resist him. However, Lin Xian, a 6th heaven honorable realm cultivator, actually blocked it. Damn it! How is this possible? The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War had ugly expressions. Duan Tianlang's expression was also ferocious, because he could also see that Lin Xian's sword technique was also an Earth rank martial arts. However, this wasn't enough to shock him, because he already knew that Lin Xian had an Earth rank martial arts. What shocked him was that Lin Xian's comprehension of Earth rank martial arts was actually not inferior to Yan Feng's. This was simply unbelievable. One had to know that Yan Feng was exceptionally talented, and he was also an extremely dazzling existence among the younger disciples of the Palace of Gods of War. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Yan Feng. Yan Feng was even more shocked. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Xian with his Ocean Abyss 8 sabers, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to block it. Especially those huge swords that soared into the sky, they weren't inferior to his saber technique at all. Damn brat die! Yan Feng roared and swung his saber with all his might. The opponent in front of him was the strangest one he had ever met, so no matter what, he couldn't give Lin Xian any room to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he couldn't suppress Lin Xian at all. He couldn't allow such a threat to exist, and Lin Xian was someone that the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War had ordered to kill. Therefore, Yan Feng had to kill him no matter what. Brat, I have to admit that you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're definitely going to die. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Ocean Abyss 8 Sabers, Dragon King, Tsunami. Suddenly, a huge saber light soared into the sky, and a bone-piercing murderous aura spread out between heaven and earth. A terrifying force surged out, causing all the nearby cultivators to tremble. Even the ancient tree put up a layer of defense, so one could imagine how terrifying the saber light was. Gale Lightning Sword Technique. 4th Sword Technique, Heaven and Earth Collapse. At this critical moment, Lin Xian also used a powerful killing move, and 4 firmament sword shadows quickly descended. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire space. Countless sword lights swept out in all directions. An entire space was quickly annihilated. A terrifying explosion of energy was about to devour the entire space. Countless cracks appeared in the void like a spider web, causing one's heart to tremble. Just as the entire space was about to collapse, a blurry light was emitted from Pine Palace, and a mysterious force quickly protected the entire space. It was only because of this mystical power that the entire space quieted down. Otherwise, under such a terrifying impact, it would definitely have collapsed. Although the entire space had calmed down, the terrifying force was still there. The surrounding cultivators were all heavily injured from the impact. Yan Feng was even more battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled, and there were sword wounds on his body. One of them had directly slashed his chest, causing his bones to be exposed. He had almost been cut in half. Defeated. He had actually been defeated in the final confrontation. He couldn't accept it. He was a peak 7th heaven venerable lord, a peerless genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was unparalleled, and even the older generation could only look up to him. However, he had been defeated by a 6th heaven venerable lord. This kind of defeat drove him crazy. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. I'll make you pay a painful price. Yan Feng's expression was ferocious, like a demon. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly twisting, and it was obvious that he wanted to use a secret technique. The surrounding cultivators had yet to recover from their shock, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw Yan Feng going all out. However, they couldn't stop him in time. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. It was obvious that Yan Feng wanted to fight to the death with him, but he didn't have time to waste with him. Moreover, he sensed several powerful forces gathering in the distance. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would be besieged. That would be dangerous. Chapter 1192. Yan Feng wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, Lin Xian did not have the time to waste with him. He sensed that there were several powerful forces gathering in the distance. If he did not leave now, he would be surrounded and attacked. That would be dangerous. You're no match for me at all. This has already been proven. I don't have time to play with you. If you want revenge, wait until you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Lin Xian turned to leave. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yan Feng went crazy. How could he let Lin Xian leave? He had to defeat Lin Xian in order to vent his anger. He chased after him like a meteor. You are courting death. Lin Xian was furious when he saw that Yan Feng was not going to let him go. In the next moment, he took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then he slammed it behind him. Boom! The sky cracked again, and a huge red palm shadow descended from the sky. It quickly slammed onto Yan Feng's body and sent him flying. The hard ground had already been shattered. There was a huge palm print on it, and in the middle of the palm print lay an extremely wretched figure. That figure was Yan Feng. At this moment, many of his bones were broken, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. However, these were not comparable to the mental injuries he had suffered. Shock, fear, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions filled his heart. This scene was too shocking. Yan Feng had seriously injured him with a single palm. This was completely beyond his imagination. In fact, he was not the only one. The warriors around him were even more shocked. They knew very well who the person in front of them was. None of them were a match for Yan Feng. However, such a powerful person had been injured by a single palm. This shocked them. Impossible. What was that red palm shadow? How could it be so powerful? Duan Tianlang was terrified. The elders of Divine Bird Palace were not any better. They were scared when they thought about their attitude toward Lin Xian. If Lin Xian had used that thing to deal with them from the beginning, they would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, they looked at the departing figure with faces full of fear. The last palm strike was naturally the power of the red lotus gloves. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to keep using it, but that it consumed a lot of energy. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Lin Xian wouldn't have used this move. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this palm strike. Although he had used up a lot of his energy, he had still managed to injure Yan Feng. Without anyone stopping them, Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui and quickly left the place. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, several powerful figures quickly descended. Among them was the mysterious expert from the Palace of Ares. He looked at the scene around him and furrowed his brows. The arrival of the mysterious expert allowed the people from the Palace of Ares to heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased quite a bit. However, the mysterious venerable master did not pay attention to those ordinary disciples. Instead, he stared at Yan Feng. Then he took out a pill from his storage ring and gave it to Yan Feng. Yan Feng took the pill and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he was as good as new. However, his expression was very ugly. The shadow of his defeat was still lingering in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious venerable master said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we won't let that kid off. Not to mention other things. Just that kid's identity is enough to kill him 1,000 times. I know." Yan Feng nodded silently. "Are you very upset that you lost to him? Don't worry, we'll attack this tree demon now. After you swallow the fire phoenix and your strength increases, I'll let you deal with that kid personally." Hearing this, Yan Feng's eyes gradually regained their luster. He clenched his fists and his voice was extremely ferocious. "Lin Xian, I'll definitely pay you back 100 times for what you did today." Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left the ancient tree and found a quiet place to rest. This place was very remote and there were no precious treasures around. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon had set up a formation, so it was very safe. Then, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to tidy up the spoils of war. There were actually only 2 things, the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit. Lin Xian had a total of 10 fire phoenix fruits and 50 silver leaves. Don't underestimate this. It was enough to make an 8th heaven or even 9th heaven venerable master go crazy. However, the martial soul could only be improved when the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit were used together. In this way, Lin Xian had a total of 10 silver leaves. As for the extra silver leaves, he did not plan to waste them. This was because these silver leaves could increase one's soul power. They were priceless treasures to him. Lin Xian took a silver leaf and began to cultivate his soul power. Feeling the changes in his soul power, Lin Xian smiled. Then he took out a few more silver leaves and began to cultivate quickly. Half a day later, Lin Xian's soul power had a breakthrough and reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. Now he could refine 7th-tier elixirs without using 10,000 bee sting. Once he used 10,000 bee sting, he could even refine 8th-tier elixirs. This was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough for him. One had to know that a 7th-tier alchemist was already very precious, and an 8th-tier alchemist was even rarer. If he could refine 8th-tier elixirs, His identity alone would be enough to make him a VIP of many large forces. After his soul power increased, Lin Xian began to use the silver leaf and the fire phoenix fruit at the same time. This time, he wanted to increase the power of the great dragon sword soul to the 8th heaven venerable master. It had been 3 days since they entered the Pine Palace. In these 3 days, it was as if they had entered a treasure trove. This was because almost every place had rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. These people were crazily collecting them. They were desperately trying to increase their strength. For a time, even the threat of the heavenly netherbird had decreased by a lot. Many martial artists were gathered near a huge rock as if they were guarding something. Sitting on the boulder was a young man with a cold expression. If there were other people here, they would definitely recognize this young man as Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from Yan Feng's body. It was like a volcano erupting in an instant. That berserk power blew those surrounding martial artists who were guarding all over the place in all directions. The huge rock under his feet turned into powder in an instant. In the next moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning that pierced through the void. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He raised his arms and roared into the sky. The sound was so terrifying that it made everyone's ears bleed. Countless clouds in the sky were scattered. The surrounding martial artists quickly sealed their hearing and retreated in fear. This is the power of an 8th heaven venerable master. He broke through. He really broke through. All the martial artists looked at Yan Feng with envy. Chapter 1193. 3 days ago, the mysterious supremacy had led them to attack the ancient tree and obtain some silver leaves and fiery wind fruits. Yan Feng had obtained some because he was a genius from the Palace of Gods of War. He was already a peak 7th heaven venerable realm cultivator. Now, with the help of the fiery phoenix fruit, he had finally broken through to the 8th heaven venerable realm. An 8th heaven supremacy could be considered a peerless expert. Even in the House of Kings, there weren't many of them. Furthermore, every 8th heaven venerate had an extremely honorable status. Even in the House of Kings, they were elders with real power. Moreover, it was very difficult to break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. In addition to extraordinary talent, one also needed a fortuitous encounter and a huge amount of resources. Even so, those who had broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy had white hair. It was very rare for someone as young as Yan Feng to break through to the 8th heaven supremacy. Yan Feng felt the enormous power in his body and immediately revealed an arrogant smile. Lin Xian, the next time we meet, it'll be the time of your death. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed. This dragon-shaped sword shadow was more solid than before. One could even see the dragon scales on it. That's right, this was Lin Xian's sword soul. It had successfully broken through to the 8th heaven supremacy realm. This breakthrough was very smooth because the silver leaves and fiery wind fruits were really heaven-defying items. Lin Xian didn't need to do anything. The pure energy flowed into the great dragon's sword soul, allowing it to recover quickly. Not only that, his cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven supremacy realm. Now, a 7th heaven supremacy was no longer a threat to him. Even an 8th heaven supremacy might not be able to defeat him. This was the benefit of the great dragon's sword soul. Its powerful combat power allowed Lin Xian to fight across realms. This made up for his lack of age. One had to know that it had only been 4 to 5 years since Xian started cultivating. Compared to the other geniuses, it could be said that he had cultivated for a very short time. However, it was precisely because of the great dragon sword spirit that he was able to contend against those elders. Of course, just having the great dragon sword soul was not enough. It also required tenacious willpower and unremitting efforts. Fortunately, Lin Xian had achieved all of these. In a good mood, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. Among them, the crimson dragon was lying on the side. He had also swallowed the fire phoenix fruit and the silver leaf. His cultivation had also recovered a lot, reaching the 6th firmament of the venerable realm. Although this kind of progress could be said to be slow for the crimson dragon in the past. However, it was not discouraged because they would soon be able to fight the heavenly netherbird. If it could obtain the heavenly netherbird's essence blood, it would be able to greatly increase its cultivation. Moreover, Lin Xian had also collected a lot of natural treasures, so he could exchange them for that drop of dragon blood when he returned to the academy. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the crimson dragon's cultivation increased. Lin Xian's gaze shifted from the crimson dragon to Zhao Shui. At this moment, Zhao Shui was sitting cross-legged like a beautiful fairy. Her aura was even stronger, reaching the peak of the 7th firmament of the venerable realm. However, it seemed that it was impossible for her to break through to the 8th firmament of the venerable realm. In fact, this was normal. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to break through. This was especially so for the last few firmament of the venerable realm. It required an extremely large amount of energy, which was several times more than the previous firmament of the venerable realm. For example, Yan Feng was already at the peak of the 7th firmament of the venerable realm. He was only able to break through after consuming the fire phoenix fruit. Zhao Shui's cultivation was originally at the 7th firmament of the venerable realm. Now that she had reached the peak of the 7th firmament of the venerable realm, it could be said that she had greatly improved. Moreover, she was the same as Lin Xian. She was also an extremely special martial artist who could fight above her cultivation level. At this moment, the virtual sky eye behind Zhao Shui had become more solid than before. It was like a real eye, which was very strange and mysterious. Not only that, the eye also emitted a power that surpassed the 7th firmament of the venerable realm. Even Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. After an incense stick's time, Zhao Shui opened her eyes and sighed softly. I've already absorbed all the energy in the dragon pearl. However, I've only reached the peak of the 7th firmament of the venerable realm. I haven't broken through to the 8th firmament of the venerable realm. It's okay. There are many treasures in the Pine Palace. We still have a chance, Lin Xian comforted with a smile. Zhao Shui nodded and smiled sweetly. It's not that bad. Most of the energy I've absorbed has flowed into the virtual sky eye. Yes, my eye technique has evolved again, which has greatly improved my strength. I can even fight against an 8th firmament of the venerable realm. Lin Xian believed in this very much. Although the virtual sky eye was inferior to his dragon sword soul, it was still very powerful. It should be able to fight against an 8th firmament of the venerable realm. After their cultivation had improved, the two of them set off again. This time, they decided that they had to obtain more natural treasures. This way, they could still improve their strength. At the thought of this, the two of them flashed and quickly flew into the distance. At the same time, the cultivators of the Shun family gathered in a palace. No, this is infuriating. I can't take this lying down. I must kill that brat. 9th young master gritted his teeth. The brat he was referring to was naturally Lin Xian. He naturally had no enmity with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's relationship with Morong Qingqing was not subtle. This made him extremely jealous. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Xian by any means possible. Young master, that brat is very strange. If we act rashly, we might not succeed. An elder advised, but I can't take this lying down. 9th young master had naturally heard of Lin Xian's various achievements. He also knew that his opponent was very difficult to deal with. However, it was difficult for him to give up just like that. Young master, I have an idea. At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. What is it? Tell me quickly. 9th young master was overjoyed when he heard this. Although we can't catch that brat in a short period of time, we can target him from other places. Doesn't that brat often attack the major forces? If he attacks Morong Chingching and snatches the treasures of the Morong family, before he could finish a sentence, the ninth princess was already jumping with joy. This was a brilliant idea. If Lin Xian attacked Morong Chingching, the relationship between them would definitely break down. However, someone did not understand. Lin Xian is not stupid. Why would he attack Morong Chingching? This is very simple. We can find someone to pretend to be Lin Xian. This way, the problem will be solved. Young master, I have mastered a secret skill that allows me to transform into someone else's appearance. It is very difficult for cultivators below the challenger level to detect me. A seventh heaven supremacy said. Good, good, good. Ninth young master clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this matter is completed, I will not mistreat any of you. Chapter 1194. Jiu Gongzi clapped his hands happily. Don't worry. As long as this mission is completed, I won't mistreat any of you. Thank you, Jiu Gongzi. The group of warriors rejoiced. They had no choice. Although they were all disciples of the Shen family, compared to Jiu Gongzi's status, there was still a big gap. If they could help Jiu Gongzi complete this mission, their status in the family would definitely rise greatly when they returned. Many of them were excited at the thought of this. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also used a secret technique. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the middle-aged man turned into Lin Xian. His height and appearance were exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to tell the difference. Jiu Gongzi clapped his hands and cheered. Then he reminded Jiu Gongzi again. That kid is a swordsman. You must pay attention to that. Also, his cultivation level is not high, so you must hide part of it. However, when you attack, you must show the strength of a seventh heavenly layer. Don't worry, Gongzi. I promise to complete the mission. Then the fake Lin Xian grinned maliciously. He quickly used his movement technique and ran into the distance. In front of a palace, several elders were rapidly attacking a defensive light screen. Behind these people, there were many martial artists. Among them, there was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. They had not expected to find cold light iron here. What a pleasant surprise! This woman was naturally Morong Chingching. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at the pieces of metal in the light screen in front of her, and she smiled. The silver-haired granny beside her also smiled. Yes, cold light iron was an excellent material for refining weapons. It was already extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought that it could be found here? Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of them. Looking at the pieces inside, if they were refined, they would be able to refine at least 3.5 Earth-grade treasures. This was a huge fortune for any family. In front, several elders were attacking the light screen with all their might. These elders were very powerful. Their combined attacks caused the light screen to tremble. The light screen did not last long. Cracking sounds came from it, and it finally shattered like glass. Great! The seal is broken. The disciples of the Morong family cheered. Morong Chingching also smiled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He was as fast as lightning as he dashed towards the few pieces of cold light iron. Who is it? You're courting death! The elders at the front were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to take their Morong family's belongings. Immediately, many people made their moves. However, that figure was very strange. He actually dodged all the attacks and quickly snatched the 2 pieces of cold light iron. There were a total of 4 pieces of cold light iron on the ground, and at this moment half of them were gone. This directly provoked the Morong family. Damn it, stay here! An old man was enraged. He reached out with a terrifying hand that covered the entire area. The surrounding warriors also quickly took action. They formed an encirclement to stop that person. The giant hand that covered the sky slammed down mercilessly. It was as if tens of thousands of giant mountains were crashing down from the sky. At the critical moment, that person snorted coldly. Then, a dazzling sword light flashed. The dazzling sword chi slashed hard at the giant hand that covered the sky. Immediately, that old man was forced to take a few steps back. At the same time, that figure also appeared from the void. What? It's you! When the surrounding people saw that figure, they were all stunned. Even Murong Qingqing was dazed for a second. Lin Xian, why are you here? Murong Qingqing was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would attack the Murong family. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Where there are treasures, I will naturally appear. After saying that, he quickly put the 2 pieces of cold light iron into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Murong family were enraged. Kid, although you helped the Murong family, it's impossible for you to steal our belongings. If you need this thing, you only need to tell our family, and we will give you a piece. However, your current behavior is truly disappointing. Do I need to tell you what I want? Lin Xian snorted coldly. For Murong Qingqing's sake, I won't kill you. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you? Fine. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have that you dare to go against the Murong family. The group of old men was furious. However, Murong Qingqing frowned. She quickly stepped forward to stop those old men. Then she turned to Lin Xian. Are you in any trouble? Tell me, and I can help you. Trouble? What's the trouble? My Lone Star sword needs to be upgraded. This cold light iron is useful to me. If you want to help me, give me the remaining 2 pieces. Young mistress, don't be fooled by this kid. He's obviously a greedy guy. That's right. I thought he was a good person, but now it seems that he's not. The group of old men glared at Lin Xian, their eyes burning with anger. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing frowned even tighter because, in her impression, Lin Xian was not this kind of person. She even suspected that this Lin Xian was a fake. However, she did not find any flaws except for his personality. Young mistress, don't talk nonsense with him. Capture this kid. A few old men shouted angrily. Then they quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and moved. Countless beams of sword light slashed out, forcibly carving out a path. Damn it! Everyone looked at the escaping figure in anger. However, Murong Qingqing frowned. She definitely did not believe that it was Lin Xian. Although she did not believe it, the others believed it without a doubt. Moreover, those people hated Lin Xian. This made Murong Qingqing's expression very ugly. She sharply sensed that someone seemed to be trying to sow discord between her and Lin Xian. However, she did not have any evidence at the moment, so she could not convince the others. It seemed that she could only wait until the next time she caught that person and exposed his true identity in front of everyone. Only then would everyone believe it. According to Murong Qingqing's guess, if someone wanted to destroy her relationship with Lin Xian, they would not only attack once. In other words, that person would come again. Sure enough, not long after, when they found another treasure land, Lin Xian came again. This time, Murong Qingqing also attacked personally. However, she still let the other party escape because the other party did not fight with her at all. Instead, he relied on his movement technique to dodge quickly. Of course, this time, the other party stole a lot of good things. This made the Murong family even more furious. When Lin Xian robbed the Murong family for the 3rd time, the Murong family completely lost it. They swore that they would catch that kid. This matter was not hidden at all. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. Chapter 1195. Now, everyone knew that Lin Xian had betrayed Murong Qingqing and the Murong family for the sake of treasures. When Jiao Gongzi of the Shen family found out about the Morong family's reaction, he laughed maniacally. Not only did he manage to snatch some treasures, but he also caused the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian to worsen. Although Morong Qingqing still did not fully believe him, he was not 100% sure either. Furthermore, the rest of the Morong family hated Lin Xian even more. This directly cut off the possibility of Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian being together. Jiao Gongzi was very happy to hear this news. Damn brat! How dare he steal my woman? He's courting death. I don't even have to do it myself. I have 100 ways to make sure you can't stay here. The fake Lin Xian also stood at the side and said, Jiao Gongzi, although we've achieved some results, we can't let our guard down. At the very least, Morong Qingqing is still very suspicious. Why don't I injure a few of the Morong family's martial artists next time? This will definitely cause the relationship between the Morong family and Lin Xian to worsen. Even Morong Qingqing won't let Lin Xian go. Okay, let's do that. Jiao Gongzi nodded, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. If necessary, we can kill a few of the Morong family. After Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came out, they realized that something was wrong. This was because he realized that the way the people looked at him had changed. It was different from before. Previously, they looked at him with fear, but now there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Lin Xian had done something that angered the heavens and the people. This made Lin Xian very suspicious. One had to know that he had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He did not do anything at all. Could it be the Palace of War's doing? Lin Xian frowned. If there was anything that had happened recently, it would undoubtedly be the battle with the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, he had obtained quite a number of fire phoenix fruits. However, there was nothing to despise about this matter. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand. However, with his outstanding soul force, he was able to eavesdrop on some of their conversations. This guy is really shameless. He even snatched the things of the sect. Yeah, it's said that he has a good relationship with Morong Qingqing. I didn't expect this guy to do it. Scum! Scum! Robbing Morong Qingqing? Hearing these words, Lin Xian's frown deepened. When had he ever snatched Morong Qingqing's things? However, from the looks of these people, it did not seem fake. It seemed that Morong Qingqing had indeed been attacked, and that person was pretending to be him. In an instant, Lin Xian understood all the key points. Then his face darkened. Needless to say, this person was trying to frame him and destroy his relationship with Morong Qingqing. This method was really vicious. Moreover, from the conversations of these people, it seemed that the impostor had done it more than once and succeeded every time. Until now, no one had seen through his disguise. It had to be said that the impostor had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Lin Xian had many enemies. It was possible that every faction could do something like this. However, after eliminating the possibilities, Lin Xian finally locked onto 2 targets. One was the Palace of Gods of War. That was because the Palace of Gods of War had recently suffered a great loss at his hands. Therefore, it was very likely that this was their revenge. The second target was the Shun family, because the 9th young master of the Shun family had been chasing after Morong Qingqing. He had become a love rival in the eyes of the Shin family. Therefore, this could also be done by the Shin family. However, no matter who it was, this matter had angered Lin Xian. Therefore, he would not let the impostor off. Now, the most important thing was to find Morong Qingqing and explain this matter clearly. Moreover, he was slightly worried. If it was the Shun family, it would be fine. At least Morong Qingqing would not be in any danger. However, if this was done by the Palace of Gods of War, it was very likely that they would kill Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian would not allow this to happen. Zhao Shui, use the virtual eye. I want to lock onto the Morong family's direction. Zhao Shui also knew about this matter. Therefore, she did not hesitate. Her palms quickly formed a seal. The virtual eye quickly condensed above her and scanned the entire space. Soon it found the Morong family. In the southwest direction, in front of a palace, they seemed to be breaking a seal. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then he stomped his foot and flew out like a shooting star. Zhao Shui also floated behind Lin Xian, like a fairy. The Morong family was indeed breaking a seal. However, their ultimate goal was not to obtain the treasure this time. Their ultimate goal was to lure Lin Xian out and then capture him. This was because they had had enough. Over the past few days, Lin Xian had robbed them of most of their treasures. This made them very angry. Therefore, this time they had set up a trap. They had to capture Lin Xian and teach him a lesson. After all, the Morong family was the House of Kings. They would not allow anyone to provoke them. This time, Morong Qingqing did not refuse. This was because she also wanted to capture Lin Xian and reveal his true identity in front of everyone. The seal was quickly breaking. Morong Qingqing and the others looked solemn as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The reason for that was because they knew that the moment the seal was truly broken would be the moment Lin Xian came out. Indeed, the moment the seal was broken, the void vibrated and a golden ray of light shot towards them. Like a shocking rainbow, this sword strike was swift and fierce to the extreme. However, what shocked everyone was that this sword was not aimed at the treasure. Instead, it was aimed at one of the warriors from the Morong family. Boom! A low sound was heard. Then the warrior from the Morong family was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body. "Kid, you're courting death." The Morong family was completely enraged. They did not expect Lin Xian to attack them. The previous 3 times, Lin Xianzi was much stronger than them. Hence, their treasures did not attack them. Therefore, they thought that Lin Xian would not attack them. However, now that Lin Xian had come to harass their master, they did not even have time to think about it. "Ah, you've gone too far!" An elder from the Morong family roared at the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy exploded from his body. This time, he must capture Lin Xian. The other warriors were also extremely angry. They all blocked the figure. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. She could not understand why Lin Xian would do something like this to her people. She could not believe it. However, if this was a fake Lin Xian, then where was the real Lin Xian? It had been so many days. Why had he not come out? Her heart was in a mess. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. The sword light lit up again. This time his target was still the disciples. Chapter 1196. That was because those disciples had not reached the 7th level of the honorable realm, so they could not resist his sword chi. "How dare you, kid?" I'm going to kill you." "Despicable, come at me if you dare." The elders of the Morong family roared as they charged forward with all their might. However, the figure did not fight them at all. Instead, he chose to attack a few disciples. A ray of sword light that looked like a murderous sword slashed towards the head of one of the disciples. This sword was extremely sharp. If the disciple was hit, he would definitely die. The elders behind him roared angrily, but they could not stop the attack in time. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with anger and despair. The disciple who was attacked was even more stunned as he stood rooted to the ground. He could not dodge it at all. Just as everyone thought that the disciple was about to die, the void suddenly fluctuated. A ray of ice flew past and formed an ice wall that blocked the sword chi. Then, another ray of lightning flashed and shattered the sword chi. This action was extremely fast and was completed in an instant. Lin Xian let out a soft cry of surprise because he didn't expect someone to be able to block his attack. In the next moment, his face darkened as he looked behind him. Then his pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. She was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The ancient martial artists of the Morong family were all stunned as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. It turned out that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had appeared behind them. The people of the Morong family did not expect to see two Lin Xian at the same time. That was why they were stunned. Morong Qingqing knew that her guess was correct. That meant that the Lin Xian from before was a fake. This way, the crisis between Lin Xian and her family was resolved. At this moment, even the elders of the Morong family understood. They glared at the figure and said, "So you're a fake? Speak. What is your purpose for deliberately trying to sabotage this? Why are you wasting your breath on him? Capture him. I want to see who he really is. It doesn't matter which power they are from. Since they dared to provoke our Morong family, we must take revenge." The elders shouted coldly, their eyes burning with anger. It was too dangerous. If not for Lin Xian and Zhao Xue's timely appearance, they would have suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, they would seek revenge on Lin Xian and Zhao Xue in the future. This way, the person who acted in the dark would benefit from it. The Morong family had dominated the Sky Martial continent for so many years. When had they ever been schemed against? Thus, they could not take this lying down. Lin Xian sneered as he looked at the figure. "You're pretty smart. Even I couldn't identify you." On the other hand, the fake Lin Xian had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect to meet the real Lin Xian at this time. This was something he had never expected before. That was because the real Lin Xian hadn't appeared in the past few days. Thus, he didn't take it to heart. Furthermore, before he made his move, he had placed informants in the surroundings. As long as the real Lin Xian appeared, those informants would sound the alarm. When that happened, he would immediately leave. However, he didn't expect that his informants had been discovered by Lin Xian and Zhao Xue. Furthermore, they had been silently eliminated by the two of them. Thus, Lin Xian and Zhao Xue's arrival didn't alert anyone. Naturally, the fake Lin Xian didn't know. The fake Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you're lucky today. However, one day you'll die in our hands." With that, he took out 2 balls of light the size of a longan fruit from his storage ring. Then he smashed them into the void. Instantly, the 2 balls of light collided and exploded with a light more dazzling than the sun. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. The light was so intense that even honorable ones didn't dare to look directly at it. Thus, when the light appeared, many warriors from the Morong family screamed in agony. The other warriors were so frightened that they closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. D*MN, we've been tricked. A group of Morong family elders roared in anger. Then they extended their soul power in an attempt to capture the fake Lin Xian. However, other than taking out 2 balls of light, the fake Lin Xian sprinkled a layer of light powder on his body. Instantly, the probing of their soul power was blocked. The fake Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a ray of light slashed at him and stopped him. "What? This is impossible. How did you discover me?" The fake Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect anyone to be able to track him. After all, the 2 balls of light that he took out were known as the Sun God's balls. They were the best treasures for escaping. When the light appeared, no one below the king level dared to look directly at it. Moreover, the light powder that he sprinkled had the effect of isolating soul power. Thus, as long as he used these 2 treasures, he would definitely be able to escape safely. However, he didn't expect that just as he moved, someone would block his path. How could he not be shocked? He didn't know that Zhao Xue's void sky eye was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, it had just evolved. What others couldn't do, the void sky eye could do. Thus, as soon as the fake Lin Xian moved, he was immediately targeted by the void heaven eyes. Seeing that the light from the sun god's balls was getting weaker and weaker, the fake Lin Xian was extremely anxious. If the light disappeared, he wouldn't be able to escape. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of the entire Morong family. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. D*MN, get out of my way. The fake Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Resplendent sword light filled the sky and quickly cut through the void. playing with a sword in front of me? You're still too inexperienced." Lin Xian raised his finger, and a sword aura quickly flew out from his fingertip. This sword aura contained the 3 attributes of wind, lightning, and fire. It could be said to be extremely powerful. It was like a shocking rainbow that instantly streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, raging waves crashed onto the shore. Terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled the surroundings. The 2 sword auras collided without any pause. The sword aura that Lin Xian used instantly cut the fake sword aura in half. Then it slashed forward with an even more violent stance. How is this possible? The fake Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could so easily break his sword aura. One had to know that he was a 7th level venerable realm cultivator. That sword aura was his strongest attack. Even a cultivator of the same level would have to use all their strength to deal with it. However, the other party had broken his attack with just a flick of his finger. This was simply too unbelievable. In fact, he was even a little dazed. Just as the 2 of them were exchanging blows, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Then, the Morong family members regained their vision. They opened their eyes and stared at the fake Lin Xian. Chapter 1197. Then the martial artists from the Morong family flew into the sky and quickly caught the fake Lin Xian. They had no choice. None of the 7th level venerables could escape from so many powerful martial artists. Tell me, who are you? Hurry up and show your true face. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you regret being born in this world. The martial artists from the Morong family gritted their teeth and used their fierce techniques. Soon, the fake Lin Xian could not hold on any longer and showed his true face. It was a middle-aged man with the Shun family's emblem on his body. Therefore, the Morong family recognized him at a glance. The Shun family. You're from the Shun family. The elder from the Morong family was shocked when he saw the man. Then he asked in a low voice, "Tell me, why did the Shun family attack the Morong family? What other schemes do you have?" The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. "No, there's no other scheme. We attacked because we wanted to destroy the close relationship between Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Under such circumstances," the middle-aged man consciously confessed everything. Then, the faces of the Morong family darkened. Morong Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. She did not expect the damned 9th young lord to be so despicable as to come up with such a plan. If Lin Xian had not arrived in time and dispelled the other party scheme, the Morong family and Lin Xian would have fought to the death in the future. Thinking of this, she felt a lingering fear. The damned Shin family has gone too far. The martial artists from the Morong family were furious. "No, I can't take this lying down. I have to talk to them. What's so arrogant about the Shun family? We're all members of the House of Kings. If we really fight, we're not afraid of each other." These people were furious. However, Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and asked, "What do you think?" "The Shun family is so vicious. We can't let them go. However, the other party is the House of Kings after all. They are very powerful. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid both sides will suffer. At that time, our competitiveness in Deep Pine Hall will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. However, there were still many people who were angry. They simply could not swallow this anger. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian spoke again. "I don't plan to beat them either, but we don't have to do it ourselves." "Oh, it seems that you have a way," Morong Qingqing asked. "Of course, an eye for an eye. Don't they like to frame others? Today, I will let them have a taste of this kind of framing." Then Lin Xian sneered. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his face began to change. Finally, an elder Qing Yun stood in front of them. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man on the ground widened his eyes as if he had seen this before. "You, He pointed at Lin Xian and was speechless for a long time. He was shocked, too shocked. He did not expect that the other party would also know this kind of disguise. It was so exquisite that it was not inferior to his. Thinking of what the other party was going to do next, the middle-aged man felt a wave of fear. Needless to say, the Shen family was definitely going to be unlucky. However, he was now caught and could not send the news back. Morong Qingqing was still worried. Although I can't tell whether your appearance is real or fake, Elder Qin Yan's martial arts are all the martial arts of the Shen family. Outsiders can't do it. Don't worry about that. I have seen the old man in action. I have memorized all his moves. Lin Xian smiled and threw out a punch. The punch was very ethereal, like a cloud. It was traceless and terrifying. In an instant, the void in front of it exploded. That's the limitless fist. The people from the Morong family were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to use the martial arts of the Shen family. The middle-aged man from the Xin family was even more shocked. That scene was completely beyond his imagination. He could not figure out how the other party did it. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. His palm stretched out again. This time, it was a huge green hand that covered the sky. There were wood-like patterns on it, and it was very mysterious. That palm easily tore through time and space. That's the green cloud hand. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air, because this green cloud hand was Elder Qin Yan's famous, unique skill. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also use it. Moreover, they could not see any flaws at all. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. The middle-aged man's face was full of despair. He knew that the Shen family was in big trouble this time. When did you learn the martial arts of the Shen family? Morong Qingqing was very curious. Lin Xian smiled but did not say anything. He did not know the martial arts of the Shen family. The reason why he could use the green cloud hand was because of the dragon sword soul in his body. The dragon sword soul was an offensive sacred art in the world. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had seen Elder Qin Yan in action before, so he was very clear about his opponent's moves. It was not difficult for him to use the dragon sword soul to evolve it. What happened next was easy. Lin Xian pretended to be Elder Qin Yan and then sneaked up on the Palace of Aries to make the Palace of Aries and the Xin family start a war. This way, he could deal a good blow to the Shen family and not deplete the combat power of the Morong family. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. At the side, Zhao Shui used her void eye and quickly locked onto the positions of the Xin family and the Palace of Aries. Then, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew in the direction of the Palace of Aries. Haha, we are really lucky this time. We actually found two treasures at the same time. Duan Tianlang was very excited. Yan Feng has already gone to the other treasure. We must get the treasure in this place. Duan Tianlang was very confident because Yan Feng had already broken through to the 8th heaven honorable realm. There were probably not many people in the Pine Palace who could be his match. His cultivation had also improved greatly and reached the peak of the 7th heaven honorable realm. As long as he did not encounter an 8th heaven honorable realm, no one could beat him. He was very confident about this. Under Duan Tianlang's lead, many martial artists from the Palace of Aries attacked the light screen and quickly broke the seal. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the eyes of the people from the Palace of Aries burned with passion and they laughed happily. However, the situation suddenly changed. A huge green hand covered the sky like a dark cloud and covered everyone. Then it slammed down. The void was torn apart and the wind howled. A terrifying force surged down. In an instant, the expressions of the martial artists from the Palace of Aries changed. However, Duan Tianlang's face was hideous. How dare you? How dare you snatch the treasures of the Palace of Aries? No matter who you are dead meat. He roared wildly and punched out. The huge fist was like a heavenly pillar as it met the huge hand that covered the sky. Chapter 1198. Duan Tianlang was furious. He didn't expect that someone would dare to target the palace of gods of war, and the timing was perfect. It was the exact moment when they broke the seal. The other party must have been hiding nearby for a long time. However, he didn't notice it before. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, he was relieved that the other party's aura hadn't reached the 8th firmament, so he was confident that he could take him down. After the attack, the entire void trembled, and Duan Tianlang's expression changed again. Qingyan hand, your elder Qingyan. You have good taste. It's me. An old figure appeared in the distance. It was Elder Qingyan from the Shen family. Damn you, Qingyan! Why did you attack us for no reason? Duan Tianlang gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Of course, it's to snatch the treasures. The Palace of Gods of War has been lucky recently and found many treasures. However, don't be so greedy. Everyone has a share. Why don't you share some with me? What a joke. We found these things, so they're ours. How can we share them with you? Old man Qingyan, I don't want to attack you because you're from the Shin family. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph, you dare to teach me a lesson? Elder Qingyan snorted and said, I was wondering why you were so arrogant. It turns out that your cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th firmament supremacy. It seems that you've benefited a lot these days. Great. I'll test your strength as a peak 7th firmament supremacy. With that, Elder Qingyan attacked again, and the terrifying green palm grabbed forward. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tianlang sneered, and an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Duan Tianlang displayed his powerful combat strength and attacked Elder Qingyan. However, Elder Qingyan didn't fight him head-on. He just dodged quickly. Moreover, the large green palm grabbed many treasures and even injured many of the Palace of Gods of War's martial artists. In the end, Elder Qingyan left with a full load. Only Duan Tianlang and a group of martial artists were left howling on the ground. Aggrieved, it was too aggrieved. Duan Tianlang's lungs were about to explode. The other party was clearly weaker than him. If they were to fight head-on, he was confident that he could defeat the other party. However, that Elder Qingyan didn't fight with him at all. Furthermore, he specifically targeted the weaker disciples. This caused Duan Tianlang to be incomparably furious. It was as if he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the peak 7th heavenly layer exalted realm. He was extremely proud of himself, but he never expected to receive such a blow. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Elder Qingyan. That Elder Qingyan was naturally not the real one, but Lin Xian in disguise. He was currently flying in the direction of the Shun family. When he arrived near the Shun family, his figure flashed and he hid in the void. Not long after, Duan Tianlang caught up. He released his soul power and quickly located the Shun family. With a furious roar, Duan Tianlang slammed his palm forward. Boom! The trees in front of them collapsed, and the entire ground shook. However, amidst the violent shaking, angry roars could be heard. Then, one by one, figures soared into the sky, and powerful auras filled the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak an attack on the Shin family? You must be tired of living. Countless angry voices could be heard. It was obvious that the warriors of the Shen family were enraged. One had to know that they were the House of Kings. They were usually supreme existences. However, someone had actually dared to sneak an attack on them. It was really intolerable. However, when they saw the person who attacked, their faces immediately darkened. Duan Tianlang, are you crazy? How dare you attack us? Don't think that you can act without scruples just because you're from the Palace of Gods of War. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. The 9th young master of the Shen family shouted angrily. However, Duan Tianlang seemed to have not heard him. He stared at Elder Qingyin. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Why didn't you give us an explanation when that old man Qing Yin snatched the treasures of the Palace of Gods of War? Why didn't you give us an explanation when he planned to attack the disciples of the Palace of Gods of War? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you're asking for an explanation now? Elder Qingyin? The martial artists of the Shin family were stunned. Then they were enraged. What kind of joke is this? Elder Qingyin is with us this time. Why would he attack the Palace of Gods of War? If you want to attack the Shin family, please find a better reason. Do you really think we're idiots with this lousy excuse? Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy is obviously trying to snatch the treasures of the Shun family. The group of martial artists of the Shun family shouted angrily. Elder Qingyin also snorted coldly. Duan Tianlang, are you old and blind? Why would I attack the Palace of Gods of War? Whether you did or not, we'll know when I take you down and search your storage ring. Duan Tianlang sneered. Then he quickly attacked. You're courting death. Elder Qingyin was furious. He did not expect Duan Tianlang to attack him directly without any consideration for his feelings. This made him furious. One had to know that they were in the territory of the Shun family. With a snort, Elder Qingyin stretched out his Qingyin hand and grabbed forward. In the past, he and Duan Tianlang were equally matched. However, Duan Tianlang had just broken through to the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm recently. Therefore, Elder Qingyin was no match for Duan Tianlang now. Therefore, after one strike, Elder Qingyin was beaten back again and again. He was even injured. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists of the Shin family were furious. They no longer cared about the rules of the underworld and quickly rushed forward. Although Duan Tianlang's cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh heaven of the supremacy realm, he was not invincible. In addition, the martial artists of the Shin family were all experts. Therefore, it did not take long for him to escape with serious injuries. After beating Duan Tianlang away, the Shin family had vented their anger. Moreover, they did not pay much attention to it. However, Duan Tianlang could not take this lying down. After returning, he told the other experts of the Palace of Gods of War about this. Then, the people of the Palace of Gods of War discussed it and felt that they should attack again. If this was in the past, they might have thought about it for a long time. After all, the other party was also a member of the House of Kings. If they attacked rashly, both sides would suffer. However, it was different now. They had just broken through a few days ago, and their strength had increased greatly. Originally, they were in high spirits and thought that they had surpassed the other members of the House of Kings. However, they did not expect to suffer such a huge loss at this time. According to their personalities, how could they tolerate it? Therefore, it did not take long for Duan Tianlang, Yen Feng, and the others to attack again with the experts of the Palace of Gods of War. This battle was naturally defeated by the Shin family because they did not have an eighth heaven supremacy present. On the other hand, Yen Feng had already broken through to the eighth heaven of the supremacy realm. Although he had just entered the eighth heaven of the supremacy realm, he was not someone that those seventh heaven supremacies could compare to. Chapter 1199. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Otherwise, the news of this battle would have quickly spread throughout the entire Pine Palace. All the factions knew that the Palace of Gods of War and the Shin family had fought, and the result was that the Shin family was defeated. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others naturally heard the news as well. Then they all laughed. They were naturally happy that the Shen family had been defeated. However, other than being happy, they were also very surprised. This was because according to their original predictions, the Shin family and the Palace of Gods of War should have suffered great losses. However, they did not expect that the Shen family would be defeated this time and the Palace of Gods of War would not suffer much damage. Therefore, they quickly inquired about the news. When they learned that Yen Feng had broken through to the 8th heaven of Supremacy Realm, they all gasped. This time the various sects had sent many experts, but they were basically all 7th heaven supremacies. It seemed that only the Sword Supremacy Senior from the Deity, Sword Villa, had an 8th heaven supremacy. Other than that, there was probably no one else. However, now that Yen Feng had broken through to the 8th heaven of Supremacy Realm, this was a huge threat to everyone. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He did not expect that Yen Feng had broken through. It seemed that after they left that day, the people from the Palace of Gods of War should have attacked the ancient tree. Perhaps they had obtained some fire phoenix fruits, which allowed Yen Feng to break through. Although he was very surprised by this news, he did not take it to heart. So what if Yen Feng had broken through? One had to know that he had also broken through. His cultivation had increased, and his dragon sword soul had also reached the 8th heaven supremacy realm. Lin Xian did not even care about ordinary 8th heaven supremacies, let alone Yen Feng, who had just entered the 8th heaven supremacy realm. Zhao Shui did not have much of a reaction. Although she was only at the peak of the 7th heaven supremacy realm, her real combat strength was not much weaker than an 8th heaven supremacy realm. The Morong family was more or less nervous. After all, the appearance of an 8th heaven supremacy realm was still a huge threat to them. However, Morong Qingqing was very calm. This was because they had obtained many natural treasures these days. It would not take long for her to break through. At that time, even if her cultivation couldn't reach the 8th level of the Venerate realm, her battle prowess definitely wouldn't lose to an 8th level Venerate realm cultivator with a true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal in her hands. However, this matter still rang an alarm bell for them. In other words, within Pine Palace, anyone could break through. They had to find enough heavenly treasures to ensure that they did not fall behind others. A few days later, another major event occurred in Deep Pine Hall, shocking everyone. Somewhere in the Dark Pine Palace, an extremely sharp aura suddenly appeared. Then, a huge sword chi light pierced through the sky, shocking everyone. This ray of light only existed for an instant before disappearing into the sky. However, the shock it produced lasted for a long time. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made everyone tremble. Soon, all kinds of discussions broke out in the crowd. This aura is too terrifying. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a half-earth tier treasure. Indeed, my weapon has already begun to tremble under that sword chi. This is definitely not the power of a half-earth rank artifact. It can't be an earth-step treasure, right? It's possible. For a moment, many warriors were excited as they all rushed towards the direction of the sword chi. Lin Xian was also very surprised. When the sword chi appeared, he also felt a sharp aura. Moreover, his Lone Star sword also began to tremble slightly. He knew that this was the sign of a peerless weapon being born. It seemed that there was a peerless weapon in this place. Moreover, from the light, it should be a peerless treasure sword. As a swordsman, Lin Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he and Zhao Xuezhan moved and quickly flew in that direction. The Morong family members discussed for a while and then quickly followed under the lead of Morong Qingqing. This sword chi not only alarmed the warriors in Deep Pine Palace, but also the heavenly Netherbird outside Deep Pine Palace. Looking at the flash of light, the heavenly Netherbird narrowed its eyes. I didn't expect that thing to still exist. I remember that it was broken a long time ago. However, even if it's just a fragment, I can't let it fall into the hands of those humans. There was a hint of fear in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes, but soon after he revealed a sly smile. In the next moment, it waved its giant claws, and a black flame formed in front of it. Then, it quickly transmitted its voice to the flame. At the same time, in Deep Pine Palace, the warriors of Divine Bird Palace seemed to have heard something. Suddenly, their bodies stiffened and their faces became extremely respectful. I need you to do something. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. The heavenly Netherbird's voice rang in the minds of the warriors of Divine Bird Palace. Honorable heavenly Netherbird, please speak. One of the elders said respectfully, "You should have sensed the sword chi in the Dark Pine Palace, right? It's the aura of a weapon. I want you to go to that place immediately and get that weapon. Even if you can't get it, you can't let anyone else get it. Do you understand?" "Understood," the elder of Divine Bird Palace said respectfully, but then he smiled bitterly. "To be honest, although we are also a 6-star sect, we are still lacking compared to the other House of Kings. Even if we want to, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do it. Don't worry about this. Since I asked you to do it, I will naturally help you." The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice rang out. "Now, find 2 suitable people. I will help those 2 reach the 8th heaven of Venerable Realm in a short period of time. This way, I'm afraid there won't be any problems. 8th heaven of Venerable Realm. 2 people." Hearing this, the people of Divine Bird Palace felt a chill. Then their eyes lit up. Although it was only a temporary increase in cultivation, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning. The elder was also stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. However, he knew that this matter was of great importance. If it was not handled well, they might not be able to leave this place. Therefore, he began to carefully think about it. In terms of strength, this elder was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, he was determined to get one of the spots. However, he thought carefully about the other person. In the end, he did not choose from the older generation. Instead, he chose the most talented person among the younger generation. "Sir, I've chosen." The 7th elder of the Divine Bird Palace stepped forward and stood in a conspicuous position. Beside him, there was a handsome young man. At this moment, the young man's face was filled with ecstasy. The surrounding warriors of Divine Bird Palace stood in the distance and looked at the 2 figures enviously. Chapter 1200. In the next moment, the 7th elder and the handsome Zhu Qin revealed a pained expression. This was because the black flame symbol that was originally the size of a fingernail on the back of their necks suddenly jumped. Black lines spread out from the black flames and quickly crawled all over their bodies. As the black flame covered their bodies, a terrifying aura burst out from the 2. When the black runes completely covered their bodies, their auras reached a peak. As for the cultivators in the distance, they were forced to the ground by this aura. Everyone revealed a terrified expression. 8th heaven, honorable realm. Everyone was extremely envious and terrified at the same time. They did not expect the heavenly Netherbird to have such terrifying power. It could create 2 8th heaven honorables with a raise of its hand. Isn't this method a little too terrifying? As for the 7th elder and Zhu Qin, they could feel the surging power in their bodies. Then they raised their heads and laughed wildly. The 8th heaven honorable realm was a realm that they dreamed of reaching, but now they had reached it so easily. How could they not be overjoyed? Although it was only a temporary increase, they believed that as long as they completed the mission, with the heavenly Netherbird's heaven-defying methods, they would definitely become 8th heaven honorables. "Lord, rest assured, we will complete the mission," the 2 said respectfully to the void. "Good, I'll wait for your good news. But let me remind you, don't play any tricks. I can increase the strength of the 2 of you, but I can also destroy you in an instant. I hope you won't make a mistake." The heavenly Netherbird's cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the 7th elder and Zhu Qin trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The 2 hurriedly shook their heads to show that they would not betray it. Luckily, the heavenly Netherbird's voice did not sound and they were not in any danger. They knew that the heavenly Netherbird believed them for now. Next, they would go all out to snatch the peerless weapon. "The 2 of us will take care of the treasure. You stay here and look for other treasures," the 7th elder said to the other cultivators. Indeed, when the time came to snatch the treasure, it would definitely be the top experts. The rest of them would not be of any use and might even become a burden. Therefore, the seventh elder did not let them go. After saying this, the two of them turned around and soared into the sky. The Pine Palace was huge. It was not inferior to a huge city. At this moment, in the southeast corner of Pine Palace, there was a cave. This cave was extremely extraordinary. It exuded an aura of vicissitudes, and there was also a faint trace of sharpness left behind, because not long ago the sharp sword chi had been emitted from this cave. At this moment, there was a group of warriors standing in front of the cave. The person in the lead was an old man in plain clothes. Although this old man was dressed plainly and looked ordinary, no one dared to look down on him because he was the famous senior sword venerable of the deity Sword Villa. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man was standing in front of the cave with a grave expression. "Honorable Sword Elder, what is this place? Why is there such a terrifying aura?" Behind him, the disciples of deity Sword Manor were confused. If my guess is correct, this should be a place for refining weapons. The plain-clothed old man looked at the cave in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, this cave not only had a sharp and ancient aura, but also a scorching heat wave faintly emitted from within the cave. The heat wave was nothing at first, but if one stood in front of the cave for too long, even a venerable one would not be able to withstand it. A place for refining weapons." The eyes of the warriors behind him lit up when they heard this. "So, there should be many ancient weapons inside." "That's right." The old man in plain clothes nodded. "Moreover, the sharp sword chi was emitted from this place. To be able to emit that sword chi, it was definitely a peerless divine weapon." Speaking of this, the old man in plain clothes' eyes were filled with passion. Although he was very old and had reached the end of his life as a swordsman, his pursuit of treasured swords was endless. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to go in and take a look at the peerless divine sword. The old man in plain clothes revealed a yearning expression. However, in the next moment, he frowned and suddenly turned his head. The sharp gaze in his eyes turned into a substantial sword chi and slashed forward. "Which scoundrel is sneaking around?" His voice was like thunder, and as his voice fell, the aura of the old man in plain clothes suddenly changed. An unusually sharp and powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he no longer looked like an ordinary old man. He was clearly a peerless swordsman. The huge sword chi slashed towards the void in front of him. Although everyone was puzzled and did not see who it was, they believed that as long as the sword honorable took action, he must have his reasons. Sure enough, in the next moment, in the void, two figures suddenly flashed and flew into the distance. These two people were the seventh elder and Zhu Qin of the divine bird attack. Their expressions were very ugly. They used their extreme movement techniques and quickly ran into the distance. "Damn it, this old man is so powerful. We have already restrained our auras, but I didn't expect him to still discover us." The seventh elder gritted his teeth. On the side, Zhu Chen's expression was also solemn. "This is the sword honorable of the deity, Sword Villa. He's really terrifying." Indeed, although their cultivation had increased to the 8th heaven of the venerable realm, they still felt a chill down their spines when facing the sword honorable. Dodging the sword by a hair's breadth, the two of them fled to a safe place and quickly discussed the matter. "Elder, what should we do?" Zhu Qin asked. "Don't worry. Look at the cave. It seems to be protected by a powerful formation. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break that formation. Why don't we wait until those people break the formation and then secretly follow them in? This way, we can preserve our strength and make a move at the critical moment," the seventh elder said in a deep voice. Then the two of them hid, but they were still paying close attention to the information in the cave. On the other side, the linen-clothed old man slashed out with a sword. When he saw the two figures running away, he frowned. Naturally, he could sense that the two figures who were running away were 8th heaven of the venerable realm. When did the eighth heaven of the deity, Swordvilla, come in? The linen-clothed old man was very confused. However, he shook his head slightly because he couldn't figure it out. However, he was not afraid. With the strength that the other party had shown before, it was not enough to fight against him. What he needed to do now was to enter the cave in front and obtain the exceptional divine weapon. In the next moment, the linen-clothed old man took a deep breath and walked forward. When he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he was suddenly greeted by a fiery red wave of air. Along with it was a scorching aura that melted the entire void. The aura was so violent that even the seventh heaven of the Venerable Realm would find it difficult to resist it. Chapter 1201. Not only that, but a red light screen had also appeared in front of them, blocking their path. As expected, such a treasure vault must be protected by a powerful formation. The plain-clothed old man sighed and retracted his footsteps. Although he did not continue forward, the old man's eyes were very determined. It seemed that he was determined to obtain the divine weapon inside. That was because he had his own ideas. One had to know that they weren't safe right now. There was still a powerful heavenly netherbird waiting for them outside. They did not have the strength to fight against it. However, if he could obtain the divine weapon, he might be able to pose a threat to the heavenly netherbird. By then, they would have the right to negotiate. At the very least, they should be able to protect the people of Deity, Sword Manor. Therefore, he had to get his hands on this peerless divine weapon. However, the first step was to break the red array in front of them. The old man did not do that. He did not ask the people of Deity, Sword Manor, to break the array either. Instead, he waited quietly. That was because he knew that the sword light from before must have alerted everyone in Pine Palace. Therefore, it would not be long before those powerful families and forces arrived. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the array in front of them. Indeed, before long, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a group of cultivators landed quickly. The aura of the divine weapon. It's really here. A joyful voice was heard. Then there was a surprised voice. Deity Sword Manor? So it's Senior Sword Honorable. The people of Deity Sword Manor turned around and realized that the people who landed behind them were from Palace of Gods of War. The old man also turned around and looked behind. Then he was surprised. He did not expect that Palace of Gods of War would have 2 8th level honorables. The 2 8th level honorables were naturally Yen Feng and the mysterious Honorable. Previously, Palace of Gods of War had obtained some silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits. Many people's cultivation had improved greatly. Among them, the ones who had benefited the most were Yen Feng and the mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing. Yen Feng was a prodigy of the younger generation. He was extremely talented, so he had broken through to 8th level honorable at a young age. The mysterious Honorable Duan Tianqing had an even more extraordinary background. He was Duan Tianlang's senior brother and a powerful elder of Palace of Gods of War. This time around, his strength had increased tremendously. Compared to Yen Feng, he was now slightly stronger. The appearance of the Palace of Ares alerted the deity, Sword Manor. Now was a special time. There was a treasure trove of peerless divine weapons in front of them. The other party's intentions were obvious. Moreover, the 2 8th level venerables made the people of Deity, Swordvilla, feel a wave of pressure. Originally, the strength of the Deity Swordvilla had been slightly weaker than the House of Kings, like the Ares Palace. However, the arrival of the honorable swordsmen had greatly boosted their confidence. They believed that they could suppress the House of Kings. This was because, according to the information they had obtained, no 8th level venerables had entered this time. However, they did not expect that 2 8th level venerables would appear in the Palace of War. This surprised them greatly. Previously, the advantage that they had gained by relying on Senior Sword Sovereign would probably be pulled closer to them. However, the linen-clothed old man was very calm. He did not take these 2 8th heaven supremacy realm martial artists to heart. However, he was old after all. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. Therefore, he did not say anything in the face of the powerful Ares palace. Duan Tianqing, Yen Feng, and the others were different from the people of Deity, Sword Villa. They rushed forward as soon as they arrived to study the red array formation. Before long, the martial artists of the other forces also arrived one after another. At this moment, the linen-clothed old man finally spoke. "Everyone, I know that everyone is anxious. However, if we don't break this array formation, I'm afraid that no one will be able to enter. Therefore, I hope that everyone will work together. Senior Honorable Swordsman, you are right. You have the highest seniority here. Why don't we leave this matter to you?" An elder of Merry Woods said with a smile. The elders of the other forces nodded in agreement. The people of the Ares Palace did not show any obvious support. However, they did not show any objection either. The linen-clothed old man nodded. Then he walked forward and led everyone to study the array formation. During this process, the Shun family and the Ares Palace were extremely jealous. They almost started fighting again. Fortunately, the Honorable Swordsman was there to suppress the situation. Both sides stopped fighting. Swoosh! In the forest, two figures flashed. It was Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. The two of them naturally rushed to the cave in front of them. However, they did not go up to break the array formation. Instead, they waited quietly from afar. It was not that they did not want to go up. However, most of the forces had a grudge against them. If they went up now, it would cause unnecessary trouble. It was better to wait for them to break the array formation before they followed in. Looking at this array formation, I'm afraid that they will need some time to break it. The Crimson Dragon looked forward and said, "Of course, if Ben Huang helps, he can shorten the time by half." This should be the twin blazing array. It is indeed difficult to break. Lin Xian looked forward and said slowly, "Not bad, kid. You have improved. You can see through this array formation at a glance." The Crimson Dragon nodded continuously. Lin Xian smiled. It would be a waste if he did not learn some array formations from the Crimson Dragon, an array master. Now his array formation level could be considered as an array formation grandmaster. As long as it wasn't an ancient array formation, he could break any ordinary array formation. As they were talking, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. Zhao Shui also had a puzzled look. Then, the two of them quickly retracted their auras. Zhao Shui even activated her virtual sky eyes to form a golden vortex that enveloped the two of them. They naturally did this for a reason, because, just northwest of them, two figures suddenly appeared quickly. The two figures were like ghosts. They moved very quickly and did not make any sound. Even their auras were almost undetectable. As soon as they landed, they stared at every movement in front of them. However, they did not notice that there were two people hiding not far from them. When Lin Xian and Zhao Shui saw the two figures, they were shocked. Divine Bird Palace, 8th Heaven Venerables. Lin Xian frowned. He was not surprised that people from the Divine Bird Technique appeared here, but the aura of the other party shocked him. He did not expect that the other party would have two 8th Heaven Venerables. This was too unexpected. Did the other party also get the Silver Leaf and the Fire Phoenix fruit? Lin Xian was puzzled, but then he shook his head slightly. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, they should not be able to defeat the Tree Demon. Moreover, although the other party's aura was strong, it was extremely strange. There was even an aura that he was familiar with. This is the aura of the Heavenly Netherbird. The Crimson Dragon looked solemn. Chapter 1202. The Heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the aura on the other party's body was very similar to the aura of the black flames he had collected on the way here. At first, he didn't think of it, but after the Crimson Dragon's reminder, he realized that something was wrong. Why does the other party have such a strong aura of black flames? This isn't normal. Lin Xian was puzzled. One had to know that even if the other party had a black flame mark in his body, it was impossible for that trace of black flames to have such an aura. It seems that the heavenly Netherbird is behind this. The Crimson Dragon said, with that guy's methods, it shouldn't be difficult for him to raise 2 people to the 8th heaven of the Supremacy Realm in a short period of time. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. As expected of the heavenly Netherbird, it was indeed terrifying. It could create 2 8th heaven supremacies with a raise of its hand. This method was truly heaven-defying. However, this also made him very puzzled. He guessed that the heavenly Netherbird had sent 2 8th heaven supremacies to seize the peerless weapon in the cave. The other party was a demonic beast and had no use for the weapon. It should be that the weapon was a threat to him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain that peerless weapon, it might increase their chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had to obtain the peerless weapon inside. The next step was to wait patiently. 2 days later, the fiery red formation in front of them finally dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with ecstasy as they quickly dashed inside. However, a few screams came from the front. Many of them quickly retreated, their faces full of pain. Some of them were on fire and were burning fiercely. A few powerhouses took action to extinguish the fire. Then they looked forward with very serious expressions. Previously, because of the red formation, although they felt a scorching aura, they didn't pay much attention to it. But now, the red array formation was gone, and the scorching aura of the bones was completely exposed in front of them. The energy caused their expressions to change. It was too terrifying. It was as if an endless sea of fire was going to burn them. The few martial artists who had screamed earlier were burned by this heat wave. However, despite the danger ahead, no one retreated. Instead, they quickly made preparations. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, these people would still step in without hesitation, let alone a heat wave. Sure enough, the group was well prepared and set off. The plain-clothed old man took the lead, and a dazzling sword radiance gushed out from his body. Then his body swayed, and he charged forward like a beam of sword radiance. Wherever it passed, the fiery red airwaves were mercilessly torn apart and slapped to both sides. Behind him were Yen Feng and Duan Tianqing, 2 8th level venerables. Their auras were extremely powerful. They were like ferocious beasts, pushing away all the heat waves. Behind the 2 of them were the elders of the major forces. These people also used all their means and quickly rushed forward. It's about time. Let's go. In the forest, the 7th elder and Zhu Qin moved out. They were like ghosts and were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions. After the 2 of them left, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui also revealed themselves. Let's go too. Let's see what kind of peerless divine weapon is inside. Lin Xian looked forward, his eyes shining. He stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. When he was near the cave entrance, the red lotus armor on his body quickly covered his entire body. On the armor, a bright red lotus flower bloomed, pushing away all the heat waves that came with it. Zhao Shui followed closely behind. Countless golden vortexes appeared around him, absorbing the surrounding heat. The 2 of them were very fast. Soon they entered the cave. There was another world inside the cave. It was bigger than expected. The crimson ground was cracked into pieces. Occasionally, flames would shoot out from these cracks. These flames were not to be underestimated. They could even easily tear apart a venerable's protective shield. No one doubted this. Not only was the ground fiery red, but the entire mountain walls were also fiery red. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a scorching aura. As they walked forward, black iron chains appeared on the crimson walls. Each of them was as thick as a bucket. These iron chains intertwined with each other as if they were binding something. Everyone looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was an extremely huge furnace in front of them. It was bound by countless black iron chains and suspended in midair. The furnace was very simple and unadorned. At first glance, one could tell that it was an ancient object. Moreover, its position was very strange. The mouth of the furnace was facing downward. Endless red lava flowed down from the mouth of the furnace like a fiery waterfall. This remote sky mystery realm had existed for at least a few thousand years. This cave must have existed all along. After a few thousand years, the fiery lava had not dried up. It was very strange. Lin Xian was also very surprised. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. He discovered that there were mysterious runes on the huge furnace, which were emitting a strange power. Perhaps the reason why the fiery waterfall could last for thousands of years was related to the mysterious patterns on the furnace. However, this was not something he needed to consider. He shifted his gaze away from the huge furnace and looked at the ground in front of him. Then Lin Xian's body shook. Endless light burst out from his eyes. There was an empty space in front of him. Countless swords were stuck in the ground. At a glance, they were densely packed like stone tablets. There were at least 1,000 of them. These long swords were of different sizes and shapes. Some were as bright as the sun, emitting a blazing light from all over. There were also some that were rusty, like rusty iron swords that were casually inserted into the ground. Looking at this scene, not only was Lin Xian stunned, but everyone else was as well. They did not expect that there would be over 1,000 swords here. That's right. This should be a place to refine weapons. Moreover, the owner of this place should be a master swordsmith. Otherwise, why would all the auras be from long swords? We're rich. We're really rich this time. These are all ancient artifacts. Their power is definitely beyond imagination. The group of people ran forward crazily. However, Lin Xian did not move. He felt that the situation was too strange. Moreover, his main target was the peerless divine weapon. Not only did Lin Xian not move, but the old man in plain clothes did not move either. However, the old man's eyes were like lightning. He quickly scanned the entire space as if he was looking for the peerless divine weapon. At this moment, many of the warriors who ran out previously pulled out their swords from the ground. A few of them managed to snatch the dazzling sword, and they immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! Peerless divine weapon! I got the peerless divine weapon! Hearing this, a disciple of the deity Swordvilla snorted and quickly took action. Chapter 1203. A sword chi that was like a crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The warrior holding the resplendent sword also snorted coldly and quickly waved the sword in his hand. The long sword bloomed like the sun, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. However, when it collided with the crescent moon sword chi, it let out a cracking sound and broke into two. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. I obtained a peerless divine weapon. How could it be broken? The warrior held the broken sword with a disappointed expression. However, an elder from Deity Swordvilla snorted coldly, "How foolish! Whether it is a divine weapon or not, it is not just determined by its light. How can it be so easy to find a peerless divine weapon?" Deity Swordvilla could be said to be the most outstanding sect in the Tianwu continent in terms of sword techniques. Therefore, the elder's words caused everyone to ponder. It seemed that the dazzling light was not necessarily a divine weapon. Instead, it was possible that the rusty sword was the true peerless treasure sword. For a time, many warriors specially chose those long swords that looked like scrap metal. Buzz! A warrior pulled out a rusty iron sword and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, these warriors wouldn't even look at it because the sword was too ordinary. But now, with their previous experience, they specially chose this kind of iron sword. However, to everyone's disappointment, the rusty sword directly turned into fragments in the air and scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, even the people from Deity Swordvilla frowned. It seemed that the treasured swords here could not be distinguished by appearance. It did not mean that sparkling swords were bad and rusty swords were not good. In other words, Any sword could be a peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, the warriors planned to start a carpet search. If one time was not enough, they would search twice. He did not believe that when they pulled out all the swords, they would still not be able to find the peerless divine weapon. However, in the next moment, many warriors in front of them cried out in alarm. This was because they realized that each person could only pull out one sword. Once the warriors who had pulled out the sword wanted to pull out another sword, they would be repelled by a strange force. Damn it, I don't believe it. Why can't I take the second one? Some martial artists refused to believe it. They exerted their strength and tried to pull out a second sword. However, a burst of sword chi shot out from the sword and split the warrior in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then they let out a breath of cold air. They were shocked, too shocked. They didn't expect such a change to happen to the swords. Although the one who had just died was only a sixth heaven venerate, this scene still shocked everyone. They would never forget that this was a cave left behind by an ancient expert. Who knew what terrifying things would be inside? So for a time, everyone became extremely careful as they were deeply afraid that they would trigger some formation taboo and cause unnecessary danger. Instead, it was those people who had hurriedly pulled out their treasured swords that were filled with regret. Previously, they didn't think that each person could only choose once, so they didn't care when they made their choice. But now, they didn't have the chance to choose a second time. It seems like everyone can only choose once. If we follow the rules, there shouldn't be any danger. The people from Deity Sword Villa observed for a while and discovered the principle behind it. All right, all of you can go and choose your own treasured swords, the old man in plain clothes said slowly. Hearing this, the disciples of Deity Sword Villa were overjoyed. They quickly walked forward and carefully chose their swords. They were all swordsmen, so their pursuit of treasured swords was much stronger than other martial artists. They didn't act rashly before, so they avoided the incident just now. Now, they could finally choose properly. However, when Deity Sword Villa's Xiao Fan walked forward, something happened. Because before he could make his choice, a long sword on the ground began to tremble. Then it exploded with a dazzling light. Finally, the long sword rose from the ground and flew toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the long sword. Then the long sword let out a sonorous sword cry as if it was very excited. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa were excited. The treasured sword chooses its master. This is the treasured sword choosing its master. Rumor has it that some high-grade treasured swords have spirituality. They can choose their own masters. I always thought it was a legend. I didn't expect to see it today. Xiao Fan, look at that treasured sword. Hearing the elder's words, Xiao Fan was also excited. Then he poured spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword chi let out a sonorous cry. A fiery red sword light swept across the entire void. Everywhere it passed, it seemed like a raging fire was burning. Finally, the red light in the sky dispersed, and the long sword revealed its true appearance. It was a fiery red long sword. There were patterns on it that looked like a Buddhist imprint. It emitted a scorching aura. On the hilt of the sword, there were two ancient words, distant fire sword, a half-earth, rank treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was unimaginable. After knowing this, the surrounding martial artists were envious. That was a half-earth, rank treasure. It was extremely precious. Only the genius disciples of the House of Kings, or some elders, could have it. Ordinary martial artists could not have it at all. Moreover, the distant fire sword was not an ordinary half-earth, rank treasure. It was a treasure forged by an ancient expert. Its power was stronger than an ordinary earth, rank treasure. D***MN it. Why don't I have such luck? No wonder he is called the Junior Sword Honorable. He is indeed powerful. The group was envious. On the other hand, the elders of Deity Sword Villa laughed heartily. Even the Sword Honorable nodded slightly. It was good that the treasured sword chose its master. At the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the treasured sword to have such spirituality. It could even choose its master. He wondered what would happen if he went up. Would he attract the peerless divine sword? He was very curious, but did not act rashly. Firstly, he wanted to observe a little more. Secondly, the Sword Honorable and the few 8th level honorables had not made a move yet. He was not in a hurry. Lin Xian was not in a hurry, but it did not mean that the others were not, especially the young geniuses of the various forces. They all went down and were ready to show their skills. Buzz! The 13th young master of the Shin family went down and caused a commotion. Another treasured sword chose its master. He obtained a golden treasured sword. Although it was also a half-earth rank treasure sword, in terms of power it was weaker than the distant fire sword. Chapter 1204. In fact, this was normal because he wasn't a pure swordsman. As a disciple from the Deity Sword Villa, Xiao Fan's attainments in the way of the sword far surpassed other martial artists. Therefore, he could obtain a treasure sword like the Departing Flame sword. As for the few genius disciples from the House of Kings, although they could also cause a commotion, they didn't obtain a peerless divine sword. Those ordinary disciples couldn't trigger the treasured swords to choose their masters. They could only rely on luck. Many people made their moves and obtained some treasures. At that moment, Yan Feng made his move. Yan Feng's move attracted everyone's attention. After all, he was an 8th heaven honorable. Everyone wanted to know what kind of divine weapon an expert of this level would obtain. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward with great anticipation. Yan Feng's face was full of arrogance as he walked forward with majestic steps. Then he stood in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, Yan Feng didn't plan to carefully choose the treasured swords. Instead, he waited quietly. It seemed like he wanted the treasured swords to choose their masters automatically. Indeed, in the next moment, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. However, the crowd was shocked. They realized that there wasn't only one treasure sword clanging. 2 treasured swords exploded with dazzling light. They were like resplendent suns that shone in all directions. Then, the 2 treasured swords turned into streaks of light that flew toward Yan Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. Even Xiao Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Yan Feng to be so powerful that he could make 2 treasured swords recognize him as their master. Was this the strength of an 8th heaven honorable? He was too powerful. When Yan Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a confident smile. Then he reached out and grabbed one of the treasured swords. The moment he grabbed it, the light of the other sword quickly dimmed and returned to the ground. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yan Feng didn't get both treasured swords. On the other hand, the people from the Deity Sword Villa frowned. They knew the pros and cons of this. Ordinary martial artists would choose a treasure sword from thousands of long swords. It was very likely that they would choose a trash sword. However, Yan Feng had to choose between 2 treasured swords. No matter which one he chose, it would definitely be a treasure sword. It wouldn't be an ordinary sword, as expected of an 8th level venerated realm cultivator, to actually receive such treatment. Seeing that Yan Feng had succeeded, everyone had different expressions. The 9th young master and the 13th young master of the Shen family looked unkind. This was because they realized that the sword in Yan Feng's hand was of a much higher grade than the ones in their hands. It even surpassed the Li Fire sword in Xiao Fan's hand. In the distance, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. It seemed that even if one was not a swordsman, when one's strength reached a certain level, these treasured swords would automatically choose their masters. Just like Yan Feng now. The grade of the treasured sword in his opponent's hand had already surpassed the distant fire sword. Even amongst the half-earth step treasures, it was still extremely good. However, compared to his Lone Star sword, it was still slightly inferior. That was because his Lone Star sword contained a trace of an Earth rank artifact fragment. As long as it was related to an Earth step treasure, its power would be unimaginable. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still far surpass a half-Earth step treasure of the same price. Therefore, Lin Xian's target was not the ordinary half-Earth step artifacts in front of him, but the true peerless divine weapon. After Yan Feng succeeded, the people from the Palace of Gods of War cheered. However, Duan Tianqing did not make a move. Instead, he looked towards the Deity sword manor. To be exact, he was staring at the plain-clothed old man. It seemed that he was waiting for the old man to make a move. In fact, it was not only him. Everyone around was waiting because the plain-clothed old man was a legendary existence. He was the honorable sword of a generation. These people wanted to know what kind of phenomenon would occur if the honorable sword made a move. Would they be able to find the true peerless divine weapon? Feeling everyone's gaze, the plain-clothed old man's face was calm. Then he calmly walked forward. He's making a move. He's really making a move. Everyone was extremely excited because they could finally witness the power of the legendary honorable sword. Seeing the honorable sword make a move, Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing also held their breaths. Especially Duan Tianqing, whose eyes were blazing. Not only him, but the seventh elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace were also extremely nervous. They believed that as long as the honorable sword made a move, he would definitely be able to attract the peerless divine weapon. Then it would be time for them to make a move. Of course, it would be even better if the honorable sword could not find the peerless divine weapon. In that case, no one would be able to find the true peerless divine weapon, and they would be able to complete the heavenly Netherbird's mission without having to make a move. On the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If there was someone who posed the greatest threat to him here, it would naturally be the plain-clothed old man. After all, the old man was once the famous honorable sword. Although his vitality had withered, he was still not someone an ordinary Eighth Heaven honorable could contend against. Moreover, the old man was an expert in the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword were extraordinary. Perhaps he could really find the peerless divine weapon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. If the situation changed, he had to make a move. Ha, honorable sword. You don't mind if I search with you, right? At this moment, Duan Tianqing of the Palace of Gods of War suddenly spoke. Then his godlike body quickly stepped forward and walked forward. In an instant, he arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. At this moment, the honorable sword's voice slowly drifted over. As you wish. Clearly, he did not take Duan Tianqing to heart. In that case, I won't hold back. Then, Duan Tianqing stepped forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. Like a storm, it instantly filled the entire space. Its power was even stronger than Yan Feng's. Following his arrival, the long swords in front of him also began to hum nonstop. In fact, many of the long swords even burst out with resplendent light. 5 swords, a total of 5 swords, shot into the sky and rapidly flew towards Duan Tianqing. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with astonishment. One had to know that Yan Feng had only been able to attract 2 swords previously. That was already enviable. But now, Duan Tianqing had actually attracted 5 swords directly. This was truly shocking. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Indeed, Duan Tianqing was much stronger than Yan Feng. It was reasonable for him to be able to attract 5 swords. Duan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. He allowed the 5 swords to turn into shocking rainbows and dance around him. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked behind him. There was an old figure there, but no one dared to underestimate him. The linen-clothed old man did not have any reaction to Duan Tianqing being able to attract 5 swords. His old face remained calm. Then he slowly arrived at the place where the sword was hidden. The moment he stepped on the ground, the surrounding swords suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Dozens of long swords shot into the sky like lightning and instantly arrived beside the old man. Chapter 1205. The number was not something Duan Tianqing could compare to. The 10 swords turned into a long rainbow and danced around the old man, emitting a blazing light. This scene caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Even Duan Tianqing's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. His previous actions were naturally provocative. In his opinion, although the sword venerable was famous, he had already declined and could no longer display the power he had in the past. That was why he wanted to provoke him. However, he did not expect that the sword venerable would still be so powerful even though his blood qi had withered. With just a step, he attracted 10 swords to surround him. There were twice as many swords as he was. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that he had used all his strength to attract 1 sword, but the sword venerable had attracted 10 swords just by walking casually. The gap between them could be said to be abnormally huge. The 10 swords circled around the sword venerable like flowing light. The sword venerable only glanced at them casually, then shook his head slightly. The next moment he waved his hand, and a majestic force surged out, pushing the 10 swords away. Buzz! 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 The 10 swords flew out and returned to the ground. What? He pushed them away. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Those were 10 swords. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely choose carefully. However, the sword venerable had casually pushed them away and did not choose a single one. It had to be said that he was too bold. In this world, only the sword venerable could do that. At the side, Duan Tianqing's face darkened. He originally wanted to provoke the sword venerable, but he did not expect the sword venerable to suppress him in terms of numbers. However, the sword venerable's actions directly provoked him. The 10 swords glanced at each other and were pushed away. This made him extremely shocked and infuriated at the same time. Then he snorted coldly and pushed away the 5 swords beside him. Seeing this action, the surrounding people also exclaimed. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With Duan Tianqing's strength and attainments in the sword Dao, wanting to compete with the sword venerable was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. The sword venerable was even more expressionless. He did not even look at Duan Tianqing. Once again, he walked past the countless swords. Then, countless swords soared into the sky and flew towards him like rainbows. This time, there were even more of them. There were 20 of them. However, the sword venerable only glanced at it before shaking his head and pushing it away again. Next, 30 swords soared into the sky before being pushed away again. Duan Tianqing originally wanted to compete with Sword Sovereign, but when he saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. This kind of method was simply not something that he could use. In front of them, as the Sword Sovereign's aura grew stronger, the number of treasured swords in the sky also increased. All of a sudden, a sword emitted a shocking light. That light was very special. It suppressed the other sword lights and even emitted an unusually sharp aura. Seeing this sword light, everyone looked over with rapt attention. They were very excited. Could it be that a peerless divine weapon has appeared? It seems very likely, as expected of the honorable sword. I'm afraid only he has the means to make the peerless divine weapon appear. Everyone was shocked. On the other hand, the people from Deity Sword Villa were ecstatic. Duan Tianqing's face was gloomy. He looked ahead and roared, unleashing an unparalleled power. His power swept towards the shocking sword light, trying to snatch it from the Sword Sovereign. However, When his power was swept into the sword light, it was as if it had fallen into the sea. There was no wind at all. Damn it! Duan Tianqing was extremely angry. He also knew that he was no match for the Sword Sovereign. However, he was unwilling to let the divine weapon fall into the hands of the deity Sword Villa, so he could only fight for it with all his might. The Sword Sovereign did not stop Duan Tianqing because the other party did not attack directly. Instead, he used his aura to attract the sword. This did not violate any rules. Therefore, the Sword Sovereign could not be bothered with him because he was confident that no one here was a match for him in terms of sword principle. They were not even qualified for him to take them seriously. In front of them, the sword light became brighter and brighter as if it was going to break through the sky. The Sword Sovereign's eyes were also extremely bright, as if he wanted to see if the sword was a peerless divine weapon. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene with a grave expression. Although he was not sure if the sword light was from a peerless divine weapon, he knew that he could not wait any longer. In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. His figure was like a phantom as he shuttled through the crowd and arrived at the place where the sword was hidden in an instant. When he stepped onto the ground, he immediately activated the great dragon, Sword Soul. A deep dragon roar sounded from within his body. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared. On the ground in front of him, thousands of swords were all trembling as if they were going to soar into the sky. Beams of dazzling sword light burst out and connected into one, illuminating the entire sky. Clang! Clang! Thousands of swords flew out and floated in the sky, blooming with dazzling light. Then, these swords turned into shocking rainbows and flew towards Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian was like a sword immortal, attracting thousands of swords to revolve around him. What? Thousands of swords? How is this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. D***, who is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. There were more than 1,000 swords in front of them. At this moment, most of them had soared into the sky and were circling around Lin Xian. There were only a few swords left on the ground. It could be said that Lin Xian's appearance had attracted almost all of the swords. This was too shocking. One should know that even a sword honorable would not be able to create such a scene. Even Zhao Shui, Murong Qingqing, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The others were even more shocked. The people from the deity Sword Villa were exclaiming. On the other hand, the people from the Aries Works and the Shun family looked extremely gloomy, especially Yan Feng and Duan Tianqing. D***, how can this guy attract thousands of swords? Yan Feng gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Previously, he lost to Lin Xian and was very unwilling to accept it. This time he had a breakthrough in his cultivation and thought that he could definitely defeat Lin Xian. However, he had lost to Lin Xian before they even fought. One should know that he had only attracted 2 swords previously. Now, Lin Xian had attracted thousands of swords. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. Even the sword honorable could not remain calm. He looked at Lin Xian with astonishment in his eyes. To be honest, even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to create such a scene. Chapter 1206. The long swords here were very magical. It didn't mean that one could attract many swords just because they were powerful. It depended on fate and attainments in the Sword Tao. It could be said that it was extremely mysterious. Even if a king came, he wouldn't be able to attract almost all the swords away, because this was simply impossible. Who is this young man? How can he be so powerful? The Sword Venerable stared at Lin Xian carefully, his face full of doubts. He had heard of the few genius disciples of the House of Kings, but the Lin Xian in front of him was completely different from the information he knew. In other words, he wasn't from the House of Kings. This made him even more surprised. Apart from the House of Kings, could there be any other force's disciple that could be so shocking? No, even the House of Kings can't find such a person. Unique treasure. This kid must have a unique treasure in his hands to be able to cause such a phenomenon. The Sword Venerable's eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't help it. The scene was too shocking. He really didn't believe that a young man with the 7th level of the Supremacy Realm could cause such a phenomenon. Perhaps the only explanation was that he had a treasure on him. In fact, he was almost right. However, it wasn't a treasure, but a sword soul. The reason for such a shocking scene was the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique in the world. It was extremely powerful, and its aura could naturally attract countless swords here. Therefore, although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Supremacy Realm, the commotion he caused was even more terrifying than the Sword Venerable. Looking at the thousands of long swords around him, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then he stretched out his hands and pressed down on the void. Suddenly, a majestic force surged out and pushed the thousands of swords away. Then, the long swords plunged back into the ground like a rain of swords. Bang, 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 bang. The void rumbled and the ground trembled. Countless long swords kept clanging. What? He pushed them all away? He didn't take any of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do that. This was truly a bold move. There were over 1,000 swords, and there were definitely powerful treasures amongst them. However, Lin Xian did not choose any of them and directly pushed them aside. This boldness was even stronger than the Sword Venerable. Duan Tianxing's face darkened at this sight. Damn it, this brat's target is also a peerless divine weapon. Stop him, don't let him come up. Brat, scram. As soon as Duan Tianxing left, Duan Tianlang from the Palace of Gods of War grinned maliciously and rushed towards Lin Xian. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his strength had increased greatly. In the next moment, a terrifying fist smashed towards Lin Xian's head. Die, brat! A demon wolf flew out from the fist. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The demon wolf turned into a beam of light and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. He attacked with his full strength right from the start. It seems that Duan Tianlang wants to kill him. That's for sure. Duan Tianlang suffered a loss in Lin Xian's hands previously. Now that his strength has increased greatly, he naturally wants to take revenge. Lin Xian is probably in danger. Yeah, he could create such a phenomenon previously. It shouldn't be because of his own strength. I wonder if he can withstand this punch. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Many of them looked worried. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly and then slapped out. Spiritual energy rolled and countless flames jumped. They turned into a huge flaming hand and slapped forward. Boom! With one slap, the demon wolf fist dissipated. Not only that, Duan Tianlang was also sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall behind him. What? He was sent flying. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a peak 7th heaven venerable. Lin Xian's strength was a little too terrifying to be able to send him flying with a single slap. How is this possible? Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Palace of Gods of War were horrified. Yan Feng's face darkened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. Then he sneered coldly. 7th heaven venerable. So you've broken through. No wonder you're stronger than before. But so what if you've broken through? You can only lie down in front of me. Yan Feng's voice was cold. Then he took a step forward and his body exuded powerful spiritual energy. The aura of an 8th heaven venerable. Oh my God, is Yan Feng going to attack? It's possible. According to the rumors, Yan Feng was once defeated by Lin Xian. He probably wants to take revenge now. What? Yan Feng was defeated before? Are you kidding? He's a genius martial artist from the Palace of Gods of War. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. Lin Xian is too terrifying. He can even defeat a genius martial artist like Yan Feng. So what? He was just lucky. Senior brother Yan Feng has broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. He's a peerless expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't beat our senior brother Yan Feng. He's dead meat. An 8th heaven venerable can crush a 7th heaven venerable. Senior brother Yan Feng can kill him with a finger. The disciples of the Palace of Gods of War sneered when they saw Yan Feng attack. In the distance, Duan Tianqing also heaved a sigh of relief. Then he focused on finding a peerless weapon. Lin Xian said coldly, "You're not my match." "Kid, you're too arrogant." Yan Feng sneered. "Although I was defeated by you before, it's different now. I've broken through to the 8th heaven venerable. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." However, Lin Xian shook his head. An 8th heaven venerable isn't invincible. You've just entered the 8th heaven. I said, "You're not my match. So if you don't want to die, get lost. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I'll knock your teeth out one by one later. Let's see how stubborn you are then." Yan Feng held the sword he just obtained and slashed out. The sword light flashed and turned into countless light waves that charged over. It was like endless waves rushing through the void. This sword was too terrifying. It was enough to kill any 7th heaven venerable. When the surrounding people saw Yan Feng attack, they all retreated, afraid that they would be swept away by the waves. Is this the strength of an 8th heaven venerable? Just the aura alone makes me feel despair. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. The further one reached the venerable realm, the greater the gap. The difference between an 8th heaven and a 7th heaven was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to fight someone of a higher level. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. They thought that he was dead meat this time. The terrifying sword light was incomparably vast, but it had no effect on Lin Xian. A vermilion bird seal quickly shot out from Lin Xian's hand. The fire element here was very rich, so Lin Xian used fire concept in these few moves. A flaming vermilion bird was born and shattered all the sword light. I said, "You're not my match. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 1207. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly. Then he stomped his foot and charged out like a bolt of lightning. What? He blocked it. Lin Xian could actually block the attack of an 8th heaven supremacy? That was unbelievable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious, they didn't think that Lin Xian could fight against an 8th heaven supremacy. But now he had done it. It was really shocking. Yan Feng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fight against him. There was a ball of anger burning in his heart. You're courting death. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? I'll let you know the true power of an 8th heaven supremacy. Yan Feng put away the sword in his hand and pulled out the demon slayer at his waist. With a clang, the demon slayer was pulled out. The long saber shone, and the light was like the sea. The resplendent saber light shot into the sky and lit up the entire space. Buzz! Yan Feng held the frenzied saber and slashed out. Suddenly, the saber light emitted a buzzing sound that made one's soul tremble. The ocean blue saber light was like a wave that instantly streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire cave was shaking. 8 ocean abyss saber. Yan Feng's voice was cold like the edge of a saber. His head emitted a sharp aura. The 8 ocean abyss saber was an earth-class martial art. It was very terrifying. Now that Yan Feng's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 8th heaven supremacy, he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, he was one with the saber. The terrifying saber light seemed to be able to shatter everything as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the field and waved his hand. Immediately, the thousands of swords around him trembled and emitted a resplendent light, forming a sea of sword light. These sword lights combined to form a huge sword chi that floated in the sky. Then, it slashed forward viciously. Boom! The two collided with a deafening sound. It was as if thunder had exploded from the 9 heavens. The entire cave kept shaking. At this moment, mysterious red runes appeared on the ground and walls, emitting a mysterious power that protected the entire cave. Otherwise, just this move alone would have flattened the entire cave. However, those martial artists were not so lucky. That terrifying remnant energy directly impacted their bodies, sending them flying. Those with weaker strength even vomited large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Retreat! Countless people screamed in horror and retreated to the wall. The older generation figures and 7th-level venerables quickly worked together to form a screen of light to defend. Otherwise, many of them would probably die here in the next attack. Now they were no longer shocked but terrified, especially the warriors from the palace of Ares. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! How is this possible? How can he contend against an 8th-level venerable? Dream! Damn it, I must be dreaming. They had really gone mad. It should be known that that was an 8th heaven venerable. In the eyes of the world, he was already a peerless expert. Moreover, there was a huge gap between a 7th-level venerable realm and an 8th-level venerable realm. It could be said that there was no suspense in this battle. But now the result was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian blocked Yan Feng's attack. Not only that, but it seemed that they were evenly matched. Yan Feng's expression was even more frightening. If the first attack could be said to be blocked by luck, then the previous scene was definitely not luck. He could now confirm that Lin Xian definitely had the battle prowess of an 8th heaven venerable. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Yan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. I don't believe it. This brat must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase his battle prowess. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend against me? Yan Feng seemed to have grasped something. Then he revealed a cold smile. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a secret technique. But it's a pity. I think this secret technique won't last for too long. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. When the secret technique ends, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feng's words calmed the hearts of the palace of Ares' disciples. So it was a secret technique. No wonder he could contend against an 8th-level venerable. What a crooked method. The secret technique can temporarily increase one's battle prowess, but the side effects are definitely huge. Furthermore, this secret technique definitely won't last for too long. Just wait. Once the secret technique ends, he'll be dead for sure. Faced with these words, Lin Xian only said 2 words, ignorant. He did indeed have a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't use any secret technique at all. This was his true battle prowess. However, he didn't have time to waste here with Yan Feng. His goal was the peerless divine weapon. With a cold snort, Lin Xian attacked again. Haha, brat, I guessed it right. You can't wait to attack, right? Seeing Lin Xian's actions seemed to confirm his guess, Yan Feng laughed maniacally. A guy who used a secret technique to increase his strength wants to compete with me? What a joke! Yan Feng laughed maniacally as he waved the berserk blade in his hand. Rays of blade light surged out rapidly. Then, an unparalleled power erupted from Yan Feng's body. His eyes were like 2 rays of blade light, piercing through space and time. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the berserk blade in his hand, erupting with a powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword with a backhand. Boundless sword light rushed out from his body. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Yanfeng. The lone star, sword in his hand, slashed down fiercely. Dang! The two collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. A huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. The great dragon sword soul continued to circulate, causing his battle prowess to be unparalleled. He fought Yanfeng, an 8th level venerable. The surrounding people were deeply shocked by the scene. A 7th level venerable fought an 8th level venerable head-on. This was probably the first time in history that a 7th level venerable was not at a disadvantage. Impossible. Go to hell. Yanfeng roared into the sky, wanting to kill Lin Xian. His black hair danced wildly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. The long blade in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Every strike caused the void to collapse. On the other hand, Lin Xian was like the tip of a sword, sharp to the extreme. The long sword slashed across the sky, emitting an unparalleled light that caused the entire world to lose its color. The sword qi swept out, shattering all of Yanfeng's attacks. The sword qi was like a dragon roaring in the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yanfeng's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to face this terrifying sword qi head-on. His body quickly retreated like a ghost. However, his aura was at a disadvantage as he retreated. When he wanted to counterattack, he realized that he was being suppressed by Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. He was like an ancient demon mountain that people could only look up to. Chapter 1208. Lin Xian did not give Yanfeng a chance to counterattack. The lone star sword in his hand was like a dragon, roaring continuously. A terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. Lin Xian slashed out 13 times in a row. The terrifying sword light connected in the sky like a vast ocean and blasted towards Yanfeng. The entire void was trembling, and the cave was shaking nonstop as if it would collapse at any time. Yanfeng's face was pale. He could not dodge at all and could only take the 13 swords head-on. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air. Yanfeng's face was pale, and his entire arm was trembling. The 13 swords were like raging waves, each stronger than the last. In the end, although he took the 13 swords, his arm was completely numb, and he could not exert any strength at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian's battle intent was high, and his aura was majestic. Sword light surrounded his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed out again. Wind and thunder roared, and metal and fire mixed together. This sword was extremely sharp, and it directly sent Yanfeng's demon slayer flying. Then the long sword swept out like a dragon swinging its tail, and sent Yanfeng flying. Blood splattered in the air, and explosions continued. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was shocking. They could not believe that Yanfeng had been defeated. One had to know that Yanfeng was an 8th heaven honorable. He was a peerless expert in the eyes of the world, but he had been defeated just like that. Furthermore, he had lost to a 7th level venerate. This was simply too unbelievable. Duan Tianqing's face was also gloomy, and his entire body was trembling. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to defeat Yanfeng. It was really beyond his expectations. Not only that, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian was someone that the Palace of Gods of War had to kill. One of his missions in the remote sky secret realm this time was to kill Lin Xian. Originally, there was no suspense to this mission because Lin Xian was only a cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer before entering the remote heaven's secret realm. A person like that was like an ant in Duan Tianqing's eyes. However, in just 2 to 3 months, Lin Xian had already become a 7th heaven honorable. Not only that, his battle strength was even more powerful. He could already fight against an 8th heaven honorable. It would be very difficult to kill him now. Thinking of this, he felt fear and regret at the same time. If he had made up his mind to pursue them with all his might back then, none of this would have happened. But now it was too late, not only in the remote sky secret realm, but if they let him out, the situation in the Palace of Gods of War would change drastically. Therefore, the best opportunity to kill Lin Xian was in the remote heaven mystery realm. Just as he was considering whether or not to make a move, Lin Xian had already made the first move. After dealing with Yan Feng, Lin Xian turned around and returned to the place where the swords were hidden. He activated the great dragon sword spirit, causing the thousands of swords to hum. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find the true peerless divine weapon. For a moment, the entire space was filled with sword radiance. Sword Qi soared into the sky and was extremely dazzling. The sword sovereign also snorted coldly as his eyes shone brightly. A huge sword aura surged from his body, connecting the heavens and the earth. Rays of sword light spread out in all directions like waves, quickly covering the entire sword treasury. Duan Tianqing also roared as he activated the energy in his body with all his might. 3 violent bursts of energy covered the entire space, leaving nothing behind. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 3 great powerhouses, an extremely dazzling ray of light shone from the sky, Sword Forest. The peerless divine weapon has appeared. Seeing that ray of light, everyone exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, that ray of light turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the sword sovereign. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared angrily. He stretched out a huge palm of light and grabbed at the space before him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. This place was very strange. Since the hidden sword had chosen the sword lord, it was already destined. As expected, although Duan Tianqing's palm of light was terrifying, it was instantly torn apart by that ray of sword light. Soon, that ray of sword light arrived beside the sword sovereign. Seeing this, Duan Tianqing roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian was expressionless. This was what he had expected. However, this time, things went beyond his expectations, because suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him and charged towards the sword sovereign like lightning. Then 2 terrifying palms reached out and grabbed the treasured sword in front of the sword sovereign. It's them. Lin Xian looked at the 2 figures with a surprised expression. He naturally knew these 2 figures, but he did not expect them to dare to make a move at this time. One must know, that was the sword sovereign. The 2 figures were naturally the 7th elder and Zhu Qin of the divine bird palace. The 2 of them had been ordered by the heavenly netherbird to obtain the peerless divine weapon. However, they did not know what the peerless divine weapon was, and the heavenly netherbird did not tell them. Therefore, in their opinion, the sword in the sword sovereign's hand must be a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they made a move. When these 2 people appeared, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move on the sword sovereign. They were really bold. However, when they sensed the aura of these 2 people, they all screamed, 8th heaven of the honorable realm! 8th heaven of the honorable realm! In addition to Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng of the Palace of Gods of War, there were 2 8th heaven honorables. This was too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that the 2 figures were actually from the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Bird Palace have 8th heaven honorables? Everyone was stunned. However, the sword sovereign snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve, and the long sword in front of him suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, a sword light quickly slashed forward. The 7th elder and Zhu Qin of the Divine Bird Palace were hit by the sword light. They immediately retreated and cracked the void. However, balls of black flames strangely rose from their bodies. forming a defense that blocked the sword light. Therefore, they did not suffer fatal injuries. The two landed on the ground and stared straight ahead. "You two stupid birds dare to come and snatch my things?" the sword sovereign said with disdain. The seventh elder gritted his teeth and looked very serious. "No matter what, we will not let you take the peerless divine weapon away today." Behind them, Duan Tianqing saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly. "Good, good, good. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Bird Palace, why don't we join forces?" He could not fight against the Sword Sovereign, and it seemed that the two of them could not succeed either. Therefore, he thought of joining forces. 3 Eighth Heaven Honorables should be able to fight against the Sword Sovereign. After all, no matter how strong the Sword Sovereign was, he was now old and did not have much qi and blood in his body. Therefore, he could not display his peak strength. Chapter 1209. All right. Hearing Duan Tianqing's suggestion, the 7 elders quickly nodded. As long as they could stop the Sword Venerable and obtain the peerless weapon, it didn't matter who they joined forces with. "Be careful, that kid is very strange." Duan Tianqing came to the 7th elder's side and glanced in Lin Xian's direction. However, Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders and left the sword vault. The sword still belonged to the Sword Venerable, so he wouldn't do anything. Thus he left the battle. Seeing Lin Xian leave, the Sword Venerable was expressionless, but Duan Tianqing and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. If they really wanted to fight, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that he had left, it couldn't be better for them. In the next moment, the 3 of them formed a triangle and rushed toward the Sword Venerable. "It seems that I haven't fought for a long time, and the world has forgotten about this old man," the Sword Venerable said slowly. "All right, I'll show you what a peerless weapon is today." With that, the Sword Venerable's aura became stronger and stronger. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that directly tore through the void. With a clang, as if a sword had been unsheathed, the entire sky shook. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword qi flew forward like a thunderbolt. As soon as the sword qi appeared, the surrounding cultivators all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. With their strength, they couldn't resist the sword qi from the Sword Venerable. Duan Tianqing and the other 2 were the first to bear the brunt. Their expressions changed drastically as they sensed danger. "I, the unique and righteous!" Duan Tianqing roared, and his body glowed brightly, forming a very thick defense that enveloped him. At the side, the 7th elder and Zhu Qin didn't dare to be careless. They quickly circulated their spirit energy and formed a huge, 3-headed vermilion blood bird that covered their bodies. In the face of this terrifying sword, they had no choice but to use their strongest defense. The terrifying sword qi fell from the sky like the Milky Way, shattering the void wherever it passed. In the next moment, it ruthlessly slashed Duan Tianqing and the other 2, sending them flying. The green light on Duan Tianqing's body and the shadow of the divine bird on 7th elder's body rapidly cracked under the attack of the sword aura. The 3 of them felt their qi and blood churning. Many parts of their bodies were cut open by the sword qi. However, the 3 of them were 8th heaven venerables after all. Furthermore, the 3 of them were very powerful when they joined forces. In the end, they successfully resisted the sword. However, they weren't happy at all because the single sword venerable had only moved his finger. He hadn't even taken out his weapon. Yet he had already created such a power. This was not good news for them. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a dignified expression. As expected of a sword venerable, he was indeed terrifying. Although he didn't have much time left, he could still display such a terrifying combat strength. It was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's attention was quickly diverted. Under the perception of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian seemed to find that something was summoning him. His gaze shifted from the battlefield in front of him to the gigantic heaven and earth smelt in the sky. That feeling seemed to be coming from the huge furnace. The huge furnace was extremely magical. Countless lava waterfalls fell from the entrance, forming a magnificent scene. The temperature was extremely terrifying. Even seventh heaven venerables didn't dare to approach it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the fire used by the peerless figures in the past to refine weapons. A fire that could refine a peerless divine weapon was definitely extraordinary. "Kid, what are you looking at?" The Crimson Dragon asked from the side. "I feel that there's something in the furnace." "Something?" Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon became excited. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get it. That fire isn't easy to deal with." Lin Xian expressed his worries. "What's the problem? Don't you have 10,000 bee sting? Just absorb all the fire. Oh right, this fire is good stuff. It'll be of great help to you when you refine weapons." 10,000 bee sting? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, he would have to pay a huge price to use that thing. However, in the end he sighed. All right, this was because he really had no other choice now. Therefore, he quickly communicated with Zero. However, to his surprise, Zero didn't make any other requests this time. This made Lin Xian sigh in relief. This was because the price of using 10,000 bee sting was too great. If he could avoid using it, he wouldn't use it. However, he didn't expect that there would be an exception this time. Soon, Lin Xian seemed to have figured it out. The fire in the furnace that day was probably also beneficial to the 10,000 bee sting. Since he had the support of 10,000 bee sting, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer. He quickly soared into the sky. His actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. What's Lin Xian doing? Why is he flying into the sky? Could it be that he wants to interfere too? That shouldn't be. That's not the direction of the battlefield. It seems that he's flying toward the huge furnace in the sky. No way. What's there to investigate about that furnace? Moreover, I'm afraid that even Seventh Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to approach that temperature. The group of people discussed fervently. They couldn't understand. They didn't even think of the possibility of it being a peerless divine weapon. This was because they had already determined that the sword in front of sword supremacy was a peerless divine weapon. Therefore, they didn't think that there was anything in the earth furnace that could surpass a peerless divine weapon. It wasn't just the surrounding cultivators who were confused. Even Duan Tianqing and the other two were very surprised. However, they still paid special attention to Lin Xian's actions. Damn it, what's that brought up to now? Seventh Elder quickly sent a voice transmission while dodging Sword Supremacy's Sword Chi. Who knows? Ignore him. I've already investigated that heaven and earth furnace. Even Eighth Heaven Venerables wouldn't dare to enter it. No matter how strong that brat is, he won't be able to dodge those flames. Seventh Elder and Zhu Chen relaxed when they heard this. Thus, the three of them joined forces and quickly attacked Sword Supremacy. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't be able to defeat Sword Supremacy even if they joined forces. However, the black flames on Seventh Elder and Zhu Chen's bodies were very strange. They actually forcefully resisted Sword Supremacy's Sword Chi. Therefore, there was a stalemate right now. Sword Supremacy's face was also gloomy. Originally, he didn't care about the three Eighth Heaven Venerables. However, the black flames on their bodies were too strange. He had to be careful. These black flames seemed to have the aura of the heavenly Netherbird. When did these two people from the Divine Bird Palace have a connection with the heavenly Netherbird? Sword Supremacy's eyes flashed. He was very confused. The strength of the heavenly Netherbird was obvious to all. Even if Sword Supremacy was at his peak, he might not be able to contend against it, let alone now. However, the two people in front of him clearly had the flames of the heavenly Netherbird. He had to be careful. As for Lin Xian's actions, he also ignored it because he didn't feel anything from the furnace. Chapter 12:10. No one stopped him. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. He was very fast and arrived near the furnace in an instant. Then, with a flip of his palm, the 10,000 beast ding appeared in the void. With a low growl, Lin Xian injected his spiritual energy into the 1,000 beast cauldron. Soon after, the small black cauldron emitted a black glow. The birds and beasts on the cauldron swam continuously as if they were about to come to life. A powerful devouring power gushed out and surged towards the flaming furnace in front of him. Boom! Suddenly the void trembled. Countless flames surged and spread out in the sky. They seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the 10,000 beast ding. What? He wants to absorb those flames? Is he crazy? It can't be. Even an 8th level supremacy would avoid those flames. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist those flames. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. However, Duan Tianqing and the others sneered. This kid is really digging his own grave. I was still thinking about how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. That's even better. He'll be burned to death by those flames. Then, we won't have to do anything. No one could understand Lin Xian's actions. They all thought that he was playing with fire. However, the Crimson Dragon, Zhao Shui, and Murong Qingqing were very calm because they knew Lin Xian's methods. Indeed, the terrifying flames in the sky did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, they were all absorbed by the 10,000 beast ding in his hand. Not a single one was left. In the huge furnace in the sky, the lava gradually decreased, and the situation inside was gradually revealed. There were countless fragments in the furnace. They were probably all scrap metal from failed weapon refinement. However, amidst the debris, a faint green glow could be seen. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw that green light. He could sense that the aura he had sensed earlier was emitted by that green light. It's not enough. Absorb more. Lin Xian continued to push the 10,000 beast ding to absorb the flames inside. The green light ahead became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the ordinary cultivators could see it. Oh my God, what is that? Green light. There's really a treasure in that furnace. How is that possible? How did that kid know? The group of people was extremely shocked. Duan Tianqing and the other two looked gloomy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to absorb those flames. What shocked them even more was that there were other treasures in those flames. Although he still didn't know what the treasure was, it must be something extraordinary to be able to exist in such a huge furnace. As the flames in the furnace decreased, everyone was finally able to see what the green light was. It was a long sword. Its entire body was green, like an emerald, sparkling and translucent. The green long sword stood among the thousands of pieces of scrap metal. It was like a star shining brightly. Divine, divine, unparalleled weapon. When Lin Xian saw the jade green sword, these words suddenly appeared in his mind. This was because he could feel an unusually sharp aura from it. As the flames dwindled and the green light became brighter, Lin Xian was more and more certain that the sword venerable sword was not a divine weapon. And this green long sword in front of him could very well be the true peerless, godly weapon. Even the sword venerable had realized this. The sword venerable sighed. He had already obtained a treasured sword. According to the rules of this place, he could not lay his hands on any other treasured swords. Therefore, even if the green sword was a divine weapon, he was probably not fated to have it. Duan Tianqing and the others were even more shocked. They gave up on attacking the sword venerable and stared at the green sword in the sky. Divine weapon. That's the real divine weapon. Duan Tianqing roared excitedly. The 7th elder and Zhu Chen's faces darkened. They had been busy fighting the sword venerable for half a day, only to discover that the sword in their opponent's hand was not a divine weapon. Their real target was in the sky. This made them want to vomit blood. However, it was not too late. Since the divine weapon had appeared, they had to obtain it. Only then would they be able to complete the mission given to them by the heavenly Netherbird. The two of them let out a long howl as they rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the sky. They had to snatch the green treasured sword before Lin Xian did. However, just as they approached the green sword, their faces changed and they dodged to the side. Because the green sword felt threatened, it began to hum. A green light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to split the world in half. The sword chi was too terrifying. The sky could not withstand it. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, they discovered that this aura was exactly the same as the one they had felt in the outside world. Without a doubt, this green sword was a divine weapon. The seventh elder and Zhu Chen's hearts beat wildly as they looked at the sword chi. They had almost been split in half by the sword chi. Fortunately, they had the black flames left behind by the heavenly Netherbird to protect them. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. However, what made them feel at ease was that after the jade-green treasured sword unleashed a shocking attack, it once again regained its calm, as if it had fallen silent. Seeing this, the seventh elder and Zhu Qin did not delay and quickly attacked again. Behind them, Duan Tianqing also roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and released several sword qi towards Duan Tianqing and the seventh elder. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Below, the sword venerable did not attack. He looked at the sky and took a deep breath before returning to the side of the deity, Sword Villa. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect the sword venerable to give up. Even the people from the deity Sword Villa were confused. They asked in unison, "Elder Sword Venerable, are you really not going to fight for that divine sword?" "Yes, with your strength, you will definitely be able to get it." However, the Sword Venerable shook his head slightly. "Fate has been decided. We cannot force it. The rules of this place are very firm. You must not resist. Otherwise, it will cause a hopeless disaster." Hearing this, the disciples of the deity Sword Villa fell silent. They knew the Sword Venerable very well. He was an extremely ancient existence. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. "Don't worry. Although that divine weapon is good, it is also a double-edged sword. Although obtaining it will greatly increase your strength, it will also bring endless trouble. Moreover, I feel that this sword is indeed extraordinary. According to my estimation, there should be an earth rank fragment in it." "What? An earth rank fragment?" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. A half-earth rank treasure that contained an earth rank fragment was definitely priceless. Chapter 12:11. Since the Sword Venerable had spoken, the deity Sword Villa did not participate in the fight for the divine weapon. Instead, they retreated to the side and watched quietly. Although the others around also had the same idea, they were not strong enough to fight against the flames in the sky. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly. At that moment, only Lin Xian and the other three were left in the sky. "Kid, I have to say that you're really lucky to have found a peerless divine weapon. But your luck has come to an end because you can't get this peerless divine weapon. It's destined to be mine." Duan Tianqing's voice was filled with excitement. On the other side, the seventh elder also said coldly, "Kid, we won't let you get the peerless divine sword." Faced with the three people's interception, Lin Xian did not say anything and directly used the dragon catcher hand. His spiritual power surged and drew out 2 true dragons. They circled around each other and formed a huge hand that quickly grabbed forward. The dragon catcher hand was said to be able to capture true dragons. At that moment, Lin Xian used it to grab the peerless divine sword in front of him. Seeing Lin Xian make a move, Duan Tianqing and the other two finally could not hold it in anymore. The three of them quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were very fast, like lightning. Terrifying rays of light were like sabers and sword shadows that quickly swept forward. Duan Tianqing's murderous aura soared into the sky. He quickly threw out the Overlord Divine Fist as if he wanted to blow Lin Xian apart with one punch. On the other side, the Seventh Elder and Zhu Qin joined forces and threw out two huge claws. They emitted a monstrous murderous aura as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The three of them were all 8th level supremacies. At that moment, they attacked with all their might. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He only made one move, which was to grab the 10,000 beast sting in his hand and swing it forward. Buzz! The flames that were absorbed from the 10,000 beast sting also surged out quickly. The sea of fire filled the sky. The terrifying flames burned space and time. Countless sea of fire spread and formed waves. In an instant, the attacks from the three of them were burned to ashes in the sea of fire. Not only that, the flames were like the phantom of a dragon that quickly rushed toward the three of them and enveloped them. Ah, damn it, break for me! Duan Tianqing roared madly. His body glowed brightly as he tried to break free from the terrifying flames. However, they had underestimated these flames. These flames were used by ancient powerhouses to refine peerless weapons. No one below the king level dared to touch them. It was only because Lin Xian had used the 10,000 beast sting that he dared to take it. There was no way anyone else would be able to subdue it. The 7th Elder and the 8th Elder roared madly. Black lines appeared on their bodies and quickly crawled all over their bodies. Then a ball of black flames burned fiercely and enveloped them, quickly resisting the sea of fire that filled the sky. It was fine without the black flames, but as soon as the black flames appeared, the sea of fire that filled the sky seemed to be enraged. Suddenly, an incomparable radiance blossomed. More and more flames converged toward the two of them, and even Duan Tianqing felt the pressure lessen significantly. Damn it, why is it like this? Seeing this, the 7th Elder and Zhu Chen's expressions turned ugly. They had only wanted to use the black flames to resist, but they had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late for them to withdraw now. This was because the surrounding flames had completely covered them. If they withdrew the black flames now, the surrounding sea of fire would burn them to ashes. However, if they did not withdraw the black flames, they would attract more and more sea of fire. This was simply a situation of certain death. Therefore, the two of them were destined to die. In the end, they were burned to ashes by the merciless sea of fire, leaving nothing behind. Duan Tianqing was lucky enough to escape with his life, but one of his arms was also burned to ashes. 3 great 8th level curses, 2 dead and 1 injured. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the cultivators from the Deity Sword Villa were terrified. Fortunately, their sword Venerable did not make a move. Otherwise, they would not have ended up well. In the next moment, everyone looked at the figure in the sky with horror. This was too shocking. He had directly burned 2 8th level supremacies to death. Probably no one would dare to provoke Lin Xian now, let alone have any ideas about the peerless sword. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very surprised by this result. This was because he could feel the power of the flames, which could threaten an 8th level supremacies. However, it was impossible to completely burn them to death at that time. Of course, this was also the fault of the 2 people from the Divine Bird Palace. They used the black flames to attract the endless sea of fire, which caused this scene. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. At least now, no one dared to stop him from obtaining the peerless sword. In the next moment, Lin Xian activated the 10,000 beast sting and put the emerald sword into the cauldron. After doing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. His figure flashed, and Lin Xian returned to Zhao Shui and the others. After taking away the peerless sword, there was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he wanted to leave. However, the others did not think so. There were still many treasured swords in the sword treasury. They were all good things. They still wanted to try. Murong Qingqing did not leave either. This was because many warriors in her family had not obtained any treasured swords yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui left first, while the others searched for opportunities here. Lin Xian, where are we going? Zhao Shui asked. Just now. She also obtained a half-earth level treasure. Although she did not use a sword, she could sell it and get a lot of spirit stones. Find a safe place to rest. I want to take a look at the peerless sword over there. Previously, Lin Xian only put it away and did not look at it carefully. Now that he had time, he must study it carefully. Soon they found an empty hall. Then the Crimson Dragon set up a defensive formation. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the 10,000 beast ding again. Suddenly, a hot aura gushed out from the 10,000 beast ding, accompanied by a sharp edge. A jade-green, long sword slowly appeared and floated in the void. It was like a jade-green gemstone, incomparably deep. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there were countless small cracks on the sword. Not only that, the jade-green sword was broken. 1/3 of the sword's tip was missing. It could be said that it was broken. However, the aura emitted from it was unusually sharp, far surpassing that of a half-earth level treasure. Even the Lone Star sword could not compare. The Crimson Dragon also looked at it carefully. Then he said slowly, "This should be an earth-level treasure. However, it is very broken now." "What? You mean this is an earth-level treasure?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this peerless sword to have such a terrifying origin. He had seen the power of an earth-level treasure. After all, the 10,000 beast ding was an earth-level treasure. Its power was definitely not something they could imagine. He did not expect the long sword in front of him to be an earth-level treasure.